not in mournful numbers. Life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest.
You are listening to the voice of Donald Crisp reading A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. A page from this week's edition of Anthology. Special and decidedly happy word, birthday, receives top billing this week since it has a close association with every phase of our program. February 27th, the anniversary of Longfellow's birthday, will be marked by Donald Crisp reading several of the poet's best-loved poems. On February 21st, Random House published W.H. Auden's new book of verse, The Shield of Achilles. February 21st was also Mr. Auden's birthday, and of course, with pardonable pride, we'd like to point out that this is the 52nd edition of Anthology this week. We're 1 year old. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was born in Portland, Maine on February 27, 1807, of an old New England family. He was, in fact, descended from Priscilla and John Alden, he of the Speak for Yourself fame. Longfellow matriculated at Benedictine College when he was 15. When he was 20, he went to Europe, where he spent 2 years. Germany was Longfellow's favorite country, and he not only learned the language of the German people, but much of their literature and folklore. In fact, if you'll listen carefully, you'll hear a fascinating German legend mentioned in the first Longfellow poem, which Donald Crisp will read for us. I'm sure you'll recognize, in fact, even remember, many of the familiar lines of The Children's Hour.
Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupation that is known as the children's hour. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices soft and sweet. From my study I see in the lamplight, descending the broad hall stair, grave Alice and laughing Allegra, and Edith with golden hair. A whisper, and then a silence. Yet I know by their merry eyes they are plotting and planning together to take me by surprise. A sudden rush from the stairway, a sudden raid from the hall by 3 doors left unguarded. They enter my castle wall. They climb up into my turret or the arms and back of my chair. If I try to escape, they surround me. They seem to be everywhere. They almost devour me with kisses, their arms about me entwined, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower on the Rhine. Do you think, oh blue-eyed banditti, because you have scaled the wall, such an old moustache as I am is not a match for you all? I have you fast in my fortress, and will not let you depart, but put you down into the dungeon in the round tower of my heart. And there will I keep you forever, yes, forever and a day, till the walls shall crumble to ruin and molder in dust away.
The lines which are based on the German legend I mentioned are contained in the verse, "They almost devour me with kisses, their arms about me entwine, till I think of the Bishop of Bingen in his mouse tower on the Rhine." According to the German storytellers, in the 10th century there was a great famine throughout the land, but when the poor people came to a certain Bishop Hatto for food, he refused to help them because they reminded him of a horde of rodents devouring anything they could find. After the famine was over, the legend relates that hundreds of mice suddenly appeared in the town in which the bishop lived. Frightened by their great numbers, he retreated to his tower on the Rhine River. The army of mice swarmed across the stream, gnawed through the bolted doors, and devoured the cruel prelate. Robert Southey has told the story with vivid realism in his poem, God's Judgment on a Wicked Bishop. But Longfellow refers to the legend in a teasing, kinder vein as he is almost devoured by his children's kisses. The poetry of Longfellow is filled with lines which are today common language. Life is real, life is earnest. Into each life some rain must fall. Suppose we listen to Donald Crisp read the poems from which these expressions originated. First, A Psalm of Life, and then, The Rainy Day.
Tell me not in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream, for the soul is dead that slumbers, and things are not what they seem. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way, but to act that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums are beating funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future howe'er pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and God o'erhead. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Footprints that perhaps another, sailing o'er life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing shall take heart again. Let us then be up and doing with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait. The day is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. The vine still clings to the mouldering wall, but at every gust the dead leaves fall, and the day is dark and dreary. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. My thoughts still cling to the mouldering past, but the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, and cease repining. Behind the clouds is the sun still shining. Thy fate is the common fate of all. Into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and dreary.
We'll conclude our selection of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poetry with his delicate and familiar poem in praise of the hours of darkness. Donald Crisp reads, Hymn to the Night.
I heard the trailing garments of the night sweep through her marble halls. I saw her sable skirts all fringed with light from the celestial walls. I felt her presence by its spell of might stoop o'er me from above, the calm, majestic presence of the night, as of the one I love. I heard the sounds of sorrow and delight, the manifold, soft chimes that fill the haunted chambers of the night like some old poet's rhymes. From the cool cisterns of the midnight air, my spirit drank repose. The fountain of perpetual peace flows there. From those deep cisterns flows. O holy night, from thee I learn to bear what man has borne before. Thou layest thy finger on the lips of care, and they complain no more. Peace, peace or rest is like, I breathe this prayer. Descend with broad-winged flight, the welcome, the thrice prayed for, the most fair, the best beloved knight.
In commemoration of his birthday, February 27th, 1809, the poems of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, read by Donald Crisp. This past Monday, the 21st of February, a lot of things happened. It was the birthday of Mr. W.H. Auden, and on his birthday, I suppose as a kind of birthday present, would you say, Mr. Auden?
Yes, it was. It was also Mr. Sasha birthday, I believe.
Well, I didn't quite say what happened on that day, besides your birthday, but your new book, The Shield of Achilles, came out.
Yes, it did.
Which is the cause for rejoicing among poetry readers for this week and many weeks to come, and months and years, conceivably. One of the things that Mr. Auden has agreed to do for us today is to answer some of the questions which listeners have written in. We're always getting...
I won't say I'll answer them. I'll try.
I'm sure you're an expert at answering questions because you've spent a good many years touring throughout this country and England and where else?
Well, I'm an old ham school teacher. I've taught for many years anyway, so I'm used to questions.
You're never at a loss for some kind of answer, in other words.
Never.
Or if you are, I presume you'll know how to turn us away.
I know how to hide it.
Here's the first one. Do you believe there's a renaissance in America of poetry reading?
Yes, undoubtedly. There's much more readings of poetry going on, which poets actually paid for, I'm sure, than there was, should we say, 20 years ago. It's not even only in poetry. You notice how people can spend a whole evening reading works of Dickens or something. Mm-hmm. People do appear to be interested in the spoken word now, which is very nice for us.
Aside from the poets reading their poetry, do you think people are reading aloud at home more? Do you?
That I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I know some parents do think it's important to read aloud to their children, but whether there's actually much more, I don't know.
I suppose it's pretty difficult to tear the kids away from the television set to get
I imagine so, yes.
But there's more on television or radio.
Yes, there is, yes.
Yeah. Here's our second question. Sounds like a quiz show, doesn't it?
Does.
What chance has the young poet today, and how can he begin to have his works marketed?
That is a problem because the actual expense of publishing books, of course, has gone up a great deal, so that publishers hesitate to risk money on something which will not make money because poetry never does make much. You start, I suppose, with the magazines. Then they are starting with some of these pocket books, in printing the work of new writers. There have been several, that New World Writing, for example, where they do print the work of new writers, and so something is being done.
Here's question 3. William Carlos Williams considers the poet a prophet. What do you feel his position is in the world today?
Oh, now that's a rather hard one. I would hesitate to say that poets are prophets. They may sometimes be some kind of prophet, but I think it would be awfully difficult to start by thinking I'm going to be a prophet. I mean, what you do is really try and give some people some pleasure by what you write. If in addition to that you make them any wise or something, well, so much the better. But it certainly is not a thing a poet should think about.
In other words,
you should think about making a thing properly and as best as he can.
In other words, if he happens to be a poet and a prophet, too, well, okay.
Fine, yes.
But if he's not a prophet, he shouldn't go around worrying about it.
No.
And write poetry anyway. Let's see, this is question number 4. And we don't have any $64 to offer for it either.
Shame.
What do you look for in modern poetry? I guess we should say, what do you look for in modern poetry? Or no, maybe what do we all look for? If you have no understanding of what the poet is trying to say, how do you find that understanding? Obviously, this you does not mean you, Mr. Auden.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you said you can't understand anything, I don't know how you would begin except by just rereading. I think there is a certain thing that should be said, because this question comes up so often, about whether modern poetry is obscure or not. Firstly, that to imagine that difficult poetry is an invention of this age is just not true. If you want to see what really difficult poetry can be, you should have a look at the Scandinavian court poetry of the 10th century, which is incredibly difficult. The other thing I would say is that one element in poetry, it's not the only element, but one element, I believe, is the riddle. Now, everyone really enjoys solving riddles. Look, otherwise, people would not do crossword puzzles. And the difference between what you might call legitimate difficulty and illegitimate obscurity would be very much the same as it is in a crossword puzzle. When 1 week you cannot get something, right, you look next week. If you say, my God, what a fool I was, I ought to have got that clue, well, that's all right. If you say, no, it was unfair, I couldn't get it. And roughly, it's very much the same, I think, in poetry.
Let's see what question number 5 is. What has happened to poetic drama? Why are so few verse plays written?
I think that maybe that the tradition of how to speak verse has disappeared, and it has to compete with other forms of drama, and of course it's a terribly expensive medium now.
Do you find this is as true in England as it is in this country?
Pretty well, I think.
Really? Because we always look upon the British actors, for instance, as being able to do...
I think they can, maybe, but I don't really... I think it's partly simply a matter of the expense of the medium.
To put on any play, both drama or straightforward prose, is still a great risk and very expensive. And, of course, since the verse drama is apt to be more obscure and draw less people, I suppose that immediately cuts down.
Actually, I know what a number of poets are becoming interested in, as I am now, is librettos for operas, which, of course, is a form of poetic drama, if you like.
One of the great forms, certainly. Well, let's see. Question number 6. Can repetition harm a poem? Some listeners write in and ask to hear the same poem again and again. They consider a poem the same as a musical composition.
They're quite right. Ideally, you should know a poem by heart. I always, when I have classes, I make people learn large quantities of poetry by heart without explaining what it's about. Just make them learn it.
I agree with that. We had to learn poetry by heart, even in college, and I remember the kids thought, oh, this is child stuff, you know. But I still remember some of them.
And after it, first of all, they think you're mad. But afterwards, they're grateful.
Yes, I was grateful. Now, I'll never forget the professor who taught me those poems. Number 7, should you read poetry aloud to yourself?
Yes. Because all poetry, even if it's difficult, is meant to be heard. The difficulty, obviously, of listening to somebody reading aloud a poem they never heard before is like listening to a modern piece of music, too. But you have to know it well before you see the beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it's the same thing. But in the end, it should be read aloud, certainly.
Question 8. Where should poetry appreciation start? What should the novice do? If you sincerely have the desire to learn about poetry, where do you begin?
You just read it. That's all. I mean, there's nothing else you can say. If you're interested, you read it, study it.
But you don't think there's any particular type they should start off with? Just plunge?
Yeah. They must form their own taste. And just read what they find interests them. And I think one of the great differences you'll see between somebody who really is going to be a poet and somebody who's just going to like the art is the thing that the person who's going to be a poet will look at all the time is technically how the thing's made.
That completes the questions that we picked out for you today.
Well.
But I'd like to read just a sentence here from Dorothy Kilgallen's column in the Journal American for February 22nd. She says, the ultimate has been reached in the do-it-yourself rage. Now you can buy a do-it-yourself poetry kit, which enabled you to write in the style of any of 15 famous bards, and it sells for $1 in Greenwich Village.
Mercy. I would like to see it. But how awful it will be if it turns out to work.
We'll have more poetry than we know what to do with.
We shall, indeed.
This may be the birth of a new age.
Exactly. It's terrifying to think of.
Maybe when you read the poem, you'll find yourself branching out into new kinds of poetry yourself.
Exactly.
Well, why don't we branch out right now and have you read some of W.H. Auden's poetry?
Now let me see.
From your new book, The Shield of Achilles.
Yeah. Well, I start with something very simple, which is just an epitaph for a white cat of mine, which is buried in Italy. At peace under this mandarin, sleep, Lucina, blue-eyed queen of white cats. For you the Ischynian wave shall weep, when we who now miss you are American dust, on steep Peppermayo in peace and war, augustly a grave watch keep. And this is a poem really in favor of a forestry service. It's called Woods. Sylvan meant savage in those primal woods Piero di Cosimo so loved to draw, where nudes, bears, lions, sows with women's heads, mounted and murdered and ate each other raw, nor thought the lightning-kindled bush to tame, but, flabbergasted, fled the useful flame. Reduced to patches owned by hunting squires of villages with ovens and stocks, they whispered still of most unsocial fires. Though crown and mitre warned their silly flocks, the pasture's humdrum rhythms to approve, and to abhor the license of the grove. Guilty intention still looks for a hotel that wants no details and surrenders none. A wood is that, and throws in charm as well, and many a semi-innocent undone has blamed its nightingales who round the deed sang with such sweetness of a happy greed. Those birds, of course, did nothing of the sort. And there's the sylvan nature. If you take a snapshot at a picnic, oh, how short and lower ordersy the gang will look by those vast lives that never took another, and are not scared of God's ghost or stepmother. Among these coffins of its by and by, the public can, it cannot on the coast, bridle its skirt and bargain-chasing eye, and where should an austere philologist relax but in the very world of shade from which the matter of his field was made? Old sounds re-educate an ear grown coarse, as Pan's green father suddenly raps out a burst of undecipherable Morse, and cuckoos mock in Welsh, and doves create in rustic English, over all they do to rear their modern family of two. Now here, now there, some loosened element, a fruit in vigor or a dying leaf, utters its private idiom for dissent, and late man, listening through his latter grief, hears close or far the oldest of his joys, exactly as it was, the water noise. A well-kept forest begs Our Lady's grace. Someone is not disgusted, or at least is laying bets upon the human race, retaining enough decency to last. The trees encountered on a country stroll reveal a lot about that country's soul. A small grove massacred to the last ash, an oak with half-rot give away the show. This great society is going smash. They cannot fool us with how fast they go, how much they cost each other and the gods. A culture is no better than its woods. Well, there's a very little one, really about a railroad train. Self-drivers may curse their luck, stuck on newfangled trails, but the good old train will jog to the dogma of its rails, and steam so straight ahead that I cannot be led astray by tempting scenes which occur along any permanent way. Intriguing dales escape into hills of the shape I like, though where I actually put where a footpath leaves the pike for some steep romantic spot, I should ask what chance there is of at least a $10 check or a family peck of a kiss. But, forcibly held to my tracks, I can safely relax and dream of a love and a livelihood to fit that wood or stream. And what could be greater fun, once one has chosen and paid, than the inexpensive delight of a choice one might have made. This is a lyric called The Willow Wren and the Stair. A starling and a willow wren on a may tree by a weir saw them meet and heard him say, "Dearest, my dear, more lively than his waters chortling as they leap the dam, my sweetest duck, my precious goose, my white lascivious lamb." With a smile she listened to him, talking to her there. "What does he want?" said the willow wren. "Much too much," said the stair. "Forgive these loves who dwell in me, these brats of greed and fear, the honking bottom-pinching clown, the snivelling sonneteer, that so between us, even these who till the grave are mine, for all they fall so short of may, dear heart, be still a sign." With a smile she closed her eyes, silent she lay there. "Does he mean what he says?" said the willow wren. "Some of it," said the stair. "Hark, wild robin winds his horn, and as his notes require, now our laughter-loving spirits must in awe retire, and let their kinder partners, speechless with desire, go in their holy selfishness, unpunny to the fire." Smiling silently she threw her arms about him there. "Is it only that?" said the willow wren. "It's that as well," said the stair. Waking in her arms, he cried, utterly content, "I have heard the high good noises, promoted for an instant, stood upon the shining outskirts of that joy I thank, for you, my dog, and every goody. There on the grass bank, she laughed, he laughed, they laughed together, then they ate and drank." "Did he know what he meant?" said the willow wren. "God only knows," said the stair.
Mr. Auden, thank you very much for being our guest today, and please come back again soon. You've been listening to W.H. Auden reading from his new book, The Shield of Achilles, published by Random House on February 21st. Next week on Anthology, a program of verse we call My Heart's in the Highlands, a delightful selection of Scottish border ballads read by
Each day with so much ceremony begins, with birds, with bells, with whistles from a factory. Such white gold skies our eyes first open on, such brilliant walls, that for a moment we wonder, where is the music coming from, the energy?
You're listening to the voice of Elizabeth Bishop, reading from her book, North and South, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Annotator. Homecoming from an extended hiatus on Music Through the Night, and homecoming from a brief week's hiatus for our Sunday program of poetry. Thank you so much for all your kind letters in respect to both programs. One I particularly enjoyed was addressed to Anthology from a listener in Philadelphia. She wrote to say she had enjoyed WNBC's colorful European travelogue, which ended last Sunday evening. Her poetic P.S. was of a more personal nature. We have a poem we enjoy, although as readers we are lacking. The lines that scan the metered phrases always take us sad shellacking. So, since we cannot read this verse, and no one else we know could, we now have turned to you for help, quite confident that Fleetwood. Well, it's a long way between would and could, not to mention should. But since the poem in question is a great favorite of mine, and since it also deals with a homecoming, perhaps this will be a pleasant task for all concerned. This is My Lost Youth by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The music is from Jerome Kern's Mark Twain Suite. Often I think of the beautiful town that is seated by the sea. Often in thought go up and down the pleasant streets of that dear old town, and my youth comes back to me. and a verse of a Lapland song is haunting my memory still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the shadowy lines of its trees, and catch in sudden gleams the sheens of the far surrounding seas, and islands that were the Hesperides of all my boyish dreams. And the burden of that old song, it murmurs and whispers still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the black wharves and the slips and the sea tides tossing free, and Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and mystery of the ships and the magic of the sea. And the voice of the wayward song is singing and saying still, a boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the bulwarks by the shore, and the fort upon the hill, the sunrise gun with its hollow roar, the drumbeat repeating o'er and o'er, and the bugle wild and shrill. And the music of that old song throbs in my memory still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the sea fight far away, how it thundered o'er the tide, and the dead captains as they lay in their graves overlooking the tranquil bay where they in battle died. And the sound of that mournful song goes through me with a thrill. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I can see the breezy dome of groves, the shadows of Deering's woods, and the friendships old, and early loves come back with a Sabbath sound as of doves in quiet neighborhoods. And the verse of that sweet old song, it flutters and murmurs still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. I remember the gleams and glooms that dart across the schoolboy's brain, the song and the silence in the heart that in part are prophecies and in part are longings wild and vain. And the voice of that fitful song sings on and is never still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. There are things of which I may not speak. There are dreams that cannot die. There are thoughts that make the strong heart weak and bring a pallor into the cheek and a mist before the eye. And the words of that fatal song come over me like a chill. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Strange to me now are the forms I meet when I visit that dear old town. The native air is pure and sweet, and the trees that o'ershadow each well-known street as they balance up and down are singing the beautiful song, are sighing and whispering still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. And Deering's woods are fresh and fair, and with joy that is almost pain, my heart goes back to wander there, and among the dreams of that days that were, I find my lost youth again. And the strange and beautiful song, the groves are repeating it still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. From a poem with a real down-east flavor to a poet born in Worcester, Massachusetts in 1911. Her first book of poetry appeared in the anthology Trial Balances, and subsequently in such publications as New Directions, Partisan Review, and The New Yorker. North and South, published in 1946 as the result of a Houghton Mifflin Fellowship, placed her at once in the forefront of younger American poets. This afternoon, we're to hear Elizabeth Bishop read 3 selections from North and South. We'll hear Anaphora, Late Air, and The Fish.
Each day with so much ceremony begins, with birds, with bells, with whistles from a factory. Such white gold skies our eyes first open on, such brilliant walls, that for a moment we wonder, where is the music coming from, the energy? The day was meant for what ineffable creature we must have missed. Oh, promptly he appears and takes his earthly nature instantly falls, victim of long intrigue, assuming memory and mortal fatigue. More slowly falling into sight and showering into stippled faces, darkening, condensing all his light. In spite of all the dreaming squandered upon him with that look, suffers our uses and abuses, sinks through the drift of bodies, sinks through the drift of classes, to evening, to the beggar in the park, who, weary without lamp or book, prepares stupendous studies, the fiery event of every day in endless ascent. From a magician's midnight sleeve, the radio singers distribute all their love songs over the dew-wet lawns, and like a fortune teller's, their marrow-piercing guesses are whatever you believe. But on the Navy Yard aerial, I find better witnesses for love on summer nights. 5 remote red lights keep their nests there, phoenixes burning quietly where the dew cannot climb. I caught a tremendous fish and held him beside the boat, half out of water, with my hook fast in the corner of his mouth. He didn't fight. He hadn't fought at all. He hung a grunting weight, battered and venerable and homely. Here and there his brown skin hung in strips like ancient wallpaper, and its pattern of darker brown was like wallpaper. Shapes like full-blown roses, stained and lost through age. He was speckled with barnacles, fine rosettes of lime, and infested with tiny white sea lice, and underneath 2 or 3 rags of green weed hung down. While his gills were breathing in the terrible oxygen, frightening gills, fresh and crisp with blood that can cut so badly, I thought of the coarse white flesh packed in like feathers, the big bones and the little bones, the dramatic reds and blacks of his shiny entrails, and the pink swim bladder like a big peony. I looked into his eyes, which were far larger than mine, but shallower and yellowed, the irises backed and packed with tarnished tinfoil, seen through lenses of old scratched isinglass. They shifted a little, but not to return my stare. It was more like the tipping of an object toward the light. I admired his sullen face, the mechanism of his jaw, and then I saw that from his lower lip, if you could call it a lip, grim, wet, and weapon-like, hung 5 old pieces of fish line, or 4, and a wire leader with the swivel still attached, with all their 5 big hooks grown firmly in his mouth. A green line frayed at the end where he broke it, 2 heavier lines, and a fine black thread still crimped from the strain and snap when it broke and he got away. Like nettles with their ribbons frayed and wavering, the 5-haired beard of wisdom trailing from his aching jaw. I stared and stared, and victory filled up the little rented boat. From the pool of bills where oil had spread a rainbow around the rusted engine, to the bailer rusted orange, the sun-cracked thwarts, the oarlocks on their strings, the gunnels, until everything was rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. And I let the fish go.
Elizabeth Bishop, reading from her book, North and South. She is perhaps the only poet alive or dead for whom I could honestly say a kind word. This is not because, as may be suspected, he is my friend, but because I was born with an inbuilt aversion to anything that is long hair. Weatherly has no hair at all, and therefore is my kind of poet. The men who mold the poems and plays, the paintings and pastorals of human art are almost always totally bald. Show me a man who needs a haircut, and I'll prove him a hack, Professor Albert Einstein and Beethoven notwithstanding. Show me a man who can comb his hair with a damp cloth, and I'll show you an artist. Tom, a point of order. It seems to me Mr. Bolton is making quite a sweeping statement.
The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way and leaves the world to darkness.
You are listening to William Devon of the BBC reading Thomas Gray's Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard, a page from this week's edition of Anthology, his appreciation of our Anthology series, and remarking how similar it was to a series which he had heard on the third program of the BBC in London, called By Heart. We set a few wheels in action immediately, and through the courtesy of the British Broadcasting Company's office here in New York, we were able not only to obtain a copy of our English counterpart, but also permission to play an excerpt of the program for you today. Let's imagine, then, that we're in London. We stretch out our hand, flick the switch of the wireless, and hear...
The BBC presents By Heart, a series of readings of well-known poems. The reader today is William Devlin, and the program is introduced by Patrick Dickinson.
The Gray's Elegy is perhaps the most often quoted poem in our language. Gray wrote it between 1746 and 1750, and it was published anonymously as a pamphlet with a preface by Horace Walpole on February the 16th, 1751. It was an immediate success, and I can think of no better poem with which to begin a series with the title, By Heart. Dr. Johnson didn't like Gray's work, but of the elegy he wrote this: In the character of his elegy, I rejoice to concur with the common reader. For, by the common sense of readers, uncorrupted with literary prejudice, after all the refinements of subtlety and the dogmatism of learning, must be finally decided all claim to poetical honors. The churchyard abounds with images which find a mirror in every mind, and with sentiments to which every bosom returns an echo. Had Gray written often thus, it had been vain to blame and useless to praise him. Listen, then, to the poem.
The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinkling lull the distant fold. Save that from yonder ivy-mantled tower, the moping owl does to the moon complain of such as wandering near her secret bower molest her ancient solitary reign. Beneath those rugged elms, that yew-tree's shade, where heaves the turf in many a mouldering heap, each in his narrow cell forever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep. The breezy call of incense-breathing morn, the swallow twittering from the straw-built shed, the cock's shrill clarion or the echoing horn, no more shall rouse them from their lowly bed. For them no more the blazing hearth shall burn, or busy housewife ply her evening care. No children run to lisp their sire's return, or climb his knees the envied kiss to share. Oft did the harvest to their sickle yield, their furrow off the stubborn glebe has broke. How jocund did they drive their team afield, how bowed the woods beneath their sturdy stroke. Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear with a disdainful smile the short and simple annals of the poor. The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, awaits alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. Nor you, ye proud, impute to these the fault, if memory o'er their tomb no trophies raise, where through the long-drawn aisle and fretted vault the pealing anthem swells a note of praise. Can storied urn or animated bust back to its mansion call the fleeting breath? Can honor's voice provoke the silent dust, or flattery soothe the dull, cold ear of death? Perhaps in this neglected spot is laid some heart once pregnant with celestial fire, hands that the rod of empire might have swayed, or wake to ecstasy the living lyre. But knowledge to their eyes her ample page, rich with the spoils of time, did ne'er unroll. Chill penury repressed their noble rage, and froze the genial current of the soul. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Some village Hampden, that with dauntless breast the little tyrant of his fields withstood. Some mute inglorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell, guiltless of his country's blood. The applause of listening senates to command, the threats of pain and ruin to despise, to scatter plenty o'er a smiling land, and read their history in a nation's eyes, their lot forbade. Nor circumscribed alone their growing virtues, but their crimes confined. Forbade to wade through slaughter to a throne, and shut the gates of mercy on mankind, the struggling pangs of conscious truth to hide, to quench the blushes of ingenuous shame, or heap the shrine of luxury and pride with incense kindled at the muses' flame. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. Along the cool, sequestered vale of life, they kept the noiseless tenor of their way. Yet even these bones, from insult to protect, some frail memorial still erected nigh, with uncouth rhymes and shapeless sculpture decked, implores the passing tribute of a sigh. Their names, their years, spelt by the unlettered muse, the place of fame and elegy supply, and many a holy text around she strews, that teach the rustic moralist to die. For who to dumb forgetfulness a prey, this pleasing, anxious being ere resigned, left the warm precincts of the cheerful day, nor cast one longing, lingering look behind? On some fond breast the parting soul relies, some pious drops the closing eye requires. Even from the tomb the voice of nature cries, even in our ashes live their wonted fires. For thee, who mindful of the unhonored dead, dost in these lines their artless tale relate, if chance by lonely contemplation led, some kindred spirit shall inquire thy fate, hath they some hoary-headed swain, they say. Oft have we seen him, at the peep of dawn, brushing with hasty steps the dews away to meet the sun upon the upland lawn. There, at the foot of yonder nodding beech, that wreathes its old fantastic roots so high, his listless length at noontide would he stretch, and pour upon the brook that babbles by. Hard by yon wood, now smiling as in scorn, muttering his wayward fancies he would rove, now drooping, woeful wan, like one forlorn, or crazed with care, or crossed in hopeless love. One morn I missed him on the customed hill, along the heath, and near his favourite tree. Another came, nor yet beside the rill, nor up the lawn, nor at the wood was he. The next, with dirges due in sad array, slow through the churchway path we saw him borne. Approach and read, for thou canst read, the lay graved on the stone beneath yon aged thorn. Here rests his head upon the lap of earth, a youth to fortune and to fame unknown. Fair science frowned not on his humble birth, and melancholy marked him for her own. Large was his bounty, and his soul sincere. Heaven did a recompense as largely send. He gave to misery all he had, a tear. He gained from heaven, 'twas all he wished, a friend. no farther seek his merits to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode. There they alike in trembling hope repose, the bosom of his Father and his God.
By Heart, Anthology's English cousin. We'll be bringing you further programs in the series from time to time. Our thanks to the BBC for allowing us the privilege of hearing an excerpt from By Heart today. This week, America celebrates two important occasions: the opening today of National Brotherhood Week for 1955, and of course the anniversary of George Washington's birthday on Tuesday, February 22nd. In commemoration of these two events, we've elected today to bring you excerpts from Russell Davenport's poem of America, My Country, which appeared first in Life magazine and was later published in book form by Simon & Schuster. In his summary of the work, Louis Untermeyer pointed out that Russell Davenport has avoided the false rhetoric and the inflated pomposities. He has written something which is a continued set of surprises, an alternation of simple statements and exultations. Perhaps this is because Davenport has felt more profoundly about his subject than most of his colleagues. Or perhaps, and this is just another way of saying it, it's because he is a poet, a full-throated mover and shaker of the American scene. Anthology presents excerpts from Russell W. Davenport's My Country. Joining me in the reading will be John Wingate and Howard Reig.
America is not a land of ease. We have not paused from action to beget heroic simile and song and frieze. We have no empire of the mind as yet, nor have we shed our light within the grave. But is the sons of enterprise and sweat, honor, the quick, the strong, the free, the brave, the mind whose thoughts are cradled in the hand, the fierce emancipators of the slave, exacting destiny of virgin land. We are the builders of dynamic things, successors to the spires of Samarkand, boilers and bars, propellers, wheels and wings to run and fly and dive at our behest, through which the mighty wind of freedom sings.
America is generous to the free, to those who ask no favor of the great and grant them none, except equality. The masters, not the minions of the state. To him who gives no margin to the snob, but thinks and breathes as freedom's delegate against the fashion or the gathering mob. All tongues and races are American. All nations are embodied in her job to breed the noble concept of a man whose freedom is that others should be free, yellow or black or red or white or tan. This was the burden of the prophecy, when from the wharves of Boston and the whips there rose the blessed words of liberty upon the rebel pens and patriot lips. And she was ever generous to those who saw her first as promise from the ships, the empty-handed condemned, who chose to risk the towering glamour of her shore. Italians, Slavs, and Jews, the D's and Do's, who came with song and fiddle and guitar, and those of Spain and Crete and Singapore in pants of blue and shawls of cinnabar, and those of Ayr and Cork, and those who bore in them the scars of Pinsk and Bucharest, the dusty orts of Kaiser, King, and Tsar, which still she gathered to her mighty breast, whereon the light of liberty sufficed to make their hidden splendor manifest, and every jewel among them equal priced by her own law, as in the word of Christ.
My country loves the lovers of her land. They who in spring behind the heavy plows rip up the sterile project winter planned. when brooks are like extended veins, and sloughs have soaked the feet of every shivering hill, and in the April sunlight, winter's cows crop the intoxicating chlorophyll. They who endure the agony, who share the lustful intermescence of the will to wake the larvae and enchant the fair and wistful flowers from the dark, and call the butterflies into the dusty air and orange honeysuckle from the wall, and the muscled will of pregnancy to squeeze from deep and...
My country loves the lovers of her flag, the strong oracular emblem of her will, the spangled cloth of peace, the bloody rag above embattled gulch and smoking hill, like freedom nailed in pain against the sky. O flag most beautiful, most versatile, of all the banners men have lifted high, bright promise which the winds articulate, great seal of freedom, raised to certify that man is fit to love and liberate. Spread over us the shadow of your bars, projected from the authors of our state, the red for courage like the heart of Mars, the white between the red for liberty, and shed the light of multiplying stars out of blue, majestic mystery of union under God across the earth, the blue of heaven which is loyalty. Whatever we are worth, this flag is worth. Whatever we may dare to dream or do, we live in it as it in us from birth. Our will is cast in red and white and blue. Let us not make of it for bargainers, a rich and unregenerate parvenu among the empires and their connoisseurs, but as a universal sign to man, raise it above the states and ministers to show that freedom, called American, is carried for all peoples in our trust. My flag is bound by no meridian. Its realm is transcendental and august. It represents the hand of God within all creatures of the water and the dust. All nations made my flag. The Pole, the Finn, the English and the Irish and the Swede, the Czech who found in it his origin, the glowing French who helped to build its creed. All nations, north and south, the light, the dark, are in this flag and cannot now secede. Nor yet can we, the guardians of the spark, betray their freedom in our own behalf. Unless we free those lands, this flag will mark America as freedom's cenotaph, where faith for all the world was lost, and hope was hauled at dusk forlornly down the staff. It is not ours. We cannot bound its scope. What we have borrowed we must now return, to live in earth's revolving envelope, which wings surmount and slow propellers churn. We must pass back the fire they pass to us, that it may freshen and forever burn. To those who live among the hideous ruins of fear, revenge, and phobia, haunting their fallen hopes, cadaverous, bereft, and lonely for America, along the northern sea, or on the Rhone, or down the sad, majestic Letaba, O priceless flag, immense and sacred loan from heaven, which the earth cannot confine, raised first upon the ranger's staff and flown above the musket to the Brandywine, bright shred of Gettysburg and Belleau Wood, spirit of Tarawa and Kwajalein, symbol of struggle pitched in brotherhood, and many sovereigns held in unity. Old glory, guard the hopeful and the good, and lead us onward unconfusedly, that in our freedom others may be free.
America is not a land of ease. We cannot live upon this soil enwrapped in the sweet safety of cerulean seas. Our multi-tongued Hesperian shores are lapped by war and discord, breaking in from time the mounting swells of human struggle, capped with envy, hate, rapacity, and crime. But ever outward, over all the earth, where deserts wait the skulls or eagles climb, we must put forth the products of our birth, our faith, our laws, the meaning of our will, our aeroplanes to weave a magic girth across the continents, to trade or kill, our bright machines, our medicines, our bread, our tireless vessels, armed or mercantile, our boys, our lovers and our loved, our dead, who mark the beaches of democracy. Put forth not as in conquest, but to spread assurance of a world community from lone Ascension Island's foaming shore across Uganda to the ancient sea, and on from Basra through the eastern door with life and labor from the Chesapeake, to Prestwick, where the hornet engines roar like freedom in from icy Reykjavik, to Coral Isles and Polynesian joy, or through the fog to touch the future's cheek, the cold and desolate slopes of Stanovoy. Freedom is not an empty word. It springs from hands in Arkansas and Illinois. Its being is in men and thoughts and things forever born on keels and silver wings.
America lives in her simple homes, the weathered door, the old wisteria vine, the dusty barnyard where the rooster roams, the common trees like elm and oak and pine, in furniture for comfort, not for looks, in names like Jack and Pete and Caroline, in neighbors you can trust, and honest books and peace and hope and opportunity. She lives like destiny in Mom, who cooks on gleaming stoves her special fricassee, and jams and cakes and endless apple pies. She lives in Pop, the family referee absorbing Sunday news with heavy eyes, and in the dog, and in the shouting kids returning home from school to memorize the history of the ancient pyramids. And still she lives in them when darkness wakes the distant smells and infinite katydids, and valleys seem like black and fearsome lakes, guarded by windows of American light, while in the wind the family maple rakes the loosened stars westward across the night. And still, however far her sons may go to venture or to die beyond her sight, these little windows shine incognito across incredulous humanity, that all the peoples of the earth may know the embattled destination of the free, not peace, not rest, not pleasure, but to dare to face the axiom of democracy. Freedom is not to limit, but to share. And freedom here is freedom everywhere.
Et Dieu, si j'eusse étudié au temps de ma jeunesse folle, et à bonne mœur dédiée, j'eusse maison et couche molle. Mais quoi, je fuyais l'école comme fait le mauvais enfant.
La voix que vous entendez est celle de Georges Guy, qui est en train de lire un poème de François Villon. Oh, excuse me. I should be reading the English subtitle, which says, "You are listening to the voice of Georges Guy reading the poetry of François Villon, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology." Come and see the chimney pots etched against the light. Half a moon of gold above the lovely phantomed night, half a silver moon below underneath a span, mirrored in the vaulted dark like a jeweled fan. Dust in dormer window ledge, age in bolted door, rooftops leaping from the dark, jumbled towards the shore. Beauty in the shadow lanes like an old refrain, hanging in the hearts of trees, lyric with the rain. Yellow lines across the black, shimmering and pale, falling from the bridge's lights, undulating, frail. Crimson lanes beside the gold, piers that lie in wait, crimson lamps to warn the ships, crawling homeward late. Come and see the magic dust and the silver fire, dome and tower, turret, gate, moonlight on a spire. Heart of you may wander long through the careless day. Soul of you comes home by night, never goes away. Charles Divine's poem, Paris the Seine by Night, to help us introduce the first portion of this afternoon's bilingual edition of Anthology. If you have your French dictionary handy, suppose we listen first to a selection of poems by François Villon, read on a new period LP by Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher. An outcast, burglar, perhaps a murderer, tender and violent soul, superb artist of language. François Villon ranks with his opposite, Dante, as the greatest poet of the Middle Ages. But he's also the first of the modern Western writers in his perception of bare reality, his psychological understanding, his definitely personal way of expression. Death and destruction, decay and misery obsessed him. However, his confidence in the indestructible quality of man, his profound sense of sin, always prevailed. The poems you will hear are Ballade que Villon fit à la requête de sa mère pour prier Notre-Dame, and L'Épitaphe Villon, which is supposed to have saved the poet from the gallows. Here are Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher.
Dame du ciel, régente terrienne, empérière des infernaux palus, recevez-moi, votre humble chrétienne, que comprise soit entre vos élus, ce nonobstant qu'on que rien ne valut. Les biens de vous, madame et ma maîtresse, sont trop plus grands que ne suis pécheresse, sans lesquels bien, âme ne peut mérir n'avoir les cieux. Je n'en suis jongleresse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. Femme je suis, pauvrette et ancienne, qui rien ne sait, on que l'être ne lut. Au moutier voix dont je suis paroissienne, paradis peint, où sont harpes et luttes, et un enfer où damnés sont boulus. L'un me fait peur, l'autre joie et liesse. La joie à voir me fait, haute déesse, à qui pécheurs doivent tous recourir, comblés de foi, sans feinte ni paresse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. Vous portâtes, digne Vierge, princesse, Jésus régnant qui n'a ni fin ni cesse. Le Tout-Puissant, prenant notre faiblesse, laissa les cieux et nous vint secourir. Offrit à mort sa très chère jeunesse. Notre Seigneur, tel est, tel le confesse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. L'Épitaphe Villon.
Frères humains, qui après nous vivez, n'ayez les cœurs contre nous endurcis, car si pitié de nous pauvres avez, Dieu en aura plutôt de vous merci. Vous nous voyez si attachés, 5, 6, quand de la chair que trop avons nourrie, elle est piéça, dévorée et pourrie. Et nous, les os, devenons cendres et poudre. De notre mal, personne ne s'en rit, mais priez Dieu que tous nous veuillent absoudre. La pluie nous a débués et lavés, et le soleil desséchés et noircis. Pis, corbeaux, nous ont les yeux cavés, et arraché la barbe et les sourcils. Jamais, nul temps nous ne sommes assis, puis ça, puis là, comme le vent varie. À son plaisir sans cesser nous charrie, plus becquetés d'oiseaux que des accoudres. Ne soyez donc de notre confrérie, mais priez Dieu que tous nous veuillent absoudre.
There were several discussions while this particular edition of Anthology was being prepared on the subject of translations. It was suggested that I read an English translation of each poem. And although it would have been a pleasant task, I feel, as many other people, that there is such a lyric beauty in the poetry itself that any translation would be cumbersome by comparison. Georges Guy, who selected and arranged this album, is now living in the United States, where he has taught French literature at Barnard and Hunter. Since 1945, he's been writing a long poem to be called La Lettre de Deuil, a major section of which will shortly appear under the title of Logique de la Mort. Lynette Fisher is at present teaching in the French department of Barnard College. A collection of the correspondence between Edmund Goss and André Gide, introduced and edited by Miss Fisher, is soon to be published. Our Parisian background music, incidentally, is to the courtesy of the new Columbia album, I Love Paris, by Michel Legrand and his orchestra. From the poetry of François Villon, we turn through the pages of French literature to the 1800s to find the poetry of Charles Baudelaire. The perverse author of Fleur du Mal, Baudelaire was an eccentric in his style of dressing, his manner of living, the exotic and satanic content of his poems. He's been called a vampire and literary scarecrow. Convinced of man's wickedness and filled with a pathological melancholia, he described himself as burdened by his inescapable flesh, which death alone could redeem. He thought the poet's mission was to shock the reader, stir doubt, and point out the other faces of love and beauty. Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher have chosen 4 poems from the works of Baudelaire for their LP album of French poetry, Une Charogne, Chant d'automne, Le Cygne, and Correspondance.
Rappelez-vous l'objet que nous vîmes, mon âme, ce beau matin d'été si doux. Au détour d'un sentier, une charogne infâme sur un lit semé de cailloux. Le soleil rayonnait sur cette pourriture comme afin de la cuire à point et de rendre au centuple, à la grande nature, tout ce qu'ensemble elle avait joint. Et le ciel regardait la carcasse superbe comme une fleur s'épanouir. La puanteur était si forte que sur l'herbe vous crûtes vous évanouir. On eût dit que le corps, enflé d'un souffle vague, vivait en se multipliant, et le monde rendait une étrange musique, comme l'eau courante et le vent, ou le grain qu'un vanneur d'un mouvement rythmique agite et tourne dans son vent. Les formes s'effaçaient et n'étaient plus qu'un rêve, une ébauche lente à venir sur la toile oubliée, et que l'artiste achève seulement par le souvenir. Et pourtant, vous serez semblable à cette ordure, à cette horrible infection, étoile de mes yeux, soleil de ma nature, vous, mon ange et ma passion. Oui, telle vous serez, ô la reine des grâces, après les derniers sacrements, quand vous irez, sous l'herbe et les floraisons grasses, pourrir parmi les ossements. Alors, ô ma beauté, dites à la vermine qui vous mangera de baisers que j'ai gardé la forme et l'essence divine de mes amours décomposés. Charles Baudelaire, Chant d'automne.
Bientôt, nous plongerons dans les froides ténèbres. Adieu, vive clarté de nos étés trop courts. J'entends déjà tomber, avec des chocs funèbres, le bois retentissant sur le pavé des cours. Tout l'hiver va rentrer dans mon être, colère, haine, frisson, horreur, labeur dur et forcé. Et, comme le soleil dans son enfer polaire, mon cœur ne sera plus qu'un bloc rouge et glacé. J'écoute en frémissant chaque bûche qui tombe. L'échafaud qu'on bâtit n'a pas d'écho plus sourd. Mon esprit est pareil à la tour qui succombe sous les coups du bélier, infatigable et lourd. Il me semble, bercé par ce choc monotone, qu'on cloue en grande hâte un cercueil quelque part. Pour qui? C'était hier l'été, voici l'automne. Ce bruit mystérieux sonne comme un départ. Charles Baudelaire, Le cygne.
Andromaque, je pense à vous. Ce petit fleuve, pauvre et triste miroir, où jadis resplendit l'immense majesté de vos douleurs de veuve, ce Simoïs menteur, qui par vos pleurs grandit, a fécondé soudain ma mémoire fertile, comme je traversais le nouveau carrousel. Le vieux Paris n'est plus, la forme d'une ville change plus vite, hélas, que le cœur d'un mortel. Je ne vois qu'en esprit tout ce camp de baraques, ces tas de chapiteaux ébauchés et de fûts, les herbes, les gros blocs verdis par l'eau des flaques, haies brillantes aux carreaux, le bric-à-brac confus. Là s'étalait jadis une ménagerie. Là je vise un matin, à l'heure où sous les cieux froids et clairs, le travail s'éveille, où la voirie pousse un sombre ouragan dans l'air silencieux, un cygne qui s'était évadé de sa cage, et, de ses pieds palmés frottant le pavé sec, sur le sol raboteux, traînait son blanc plumage. Près d'un ruisseau sans eau, la bête ouvrant le bec, baignait nerveusement ses ailes dans la poudre et disait, le cœur plein de son beau lac natal, « Oh, quand donc pleuvras-tu? Quand tonneras-tu, foudre? » Je vois ce malheureux, mythe étrange et fatal, vers le ciel quelquefois, comme l'homme d'Ovide, vers le ciel ironique et cruellement bleu, sur son cou convulsif tendant sa tête avide, comme s'il adressait des reproches à Dieu. Paris change, mais rien dans ma mélancolie n'a bougé. Palais neuf, échafaudage, bloc, vieux faubourg, tout pour moi devient allégorie, et mes chers souvenirs sont plus lourds que des rocs. Aussi, devant ce Louvre, une image m'opprime. Je pense à mon grand cygne avec ses gestes fous, comme les exilés, ridicules et sublimes, et rongés d'un désir sans trêve. Et puis à vous, Andromaque, des bras d'un grand époux tombés vil bétail sous la main du superbe Pyrrhus, auprès d'un tombeau vide en extase courbé, veuve d'Hector, hélas, et femme d'Hélénus. Je pense à la négresse, amaigrie et phthisique, piétinant dans la boue et cherchant l'œil hagard, les cocotiers absents de la superbe Afrique derrière la muraille immense du brouillard. À quiconque a perdu ce qui ne se retrouve jamais, jamais, à ceux qui s'abreuvent de pleurs, était la douleur comme une bonne louve, aux maigres orphelins séchant comme des fleurs. Ainsi, dans la forêt où mon esprit s'exile, un vieux souvenir souffle à plein souffle du corps. Je pense aux matelots oubliés dans une île, aux captifs, aux vaincus, à bien d'autres encore.
In just a moment, poetry from Puerto Rico for this afternoon's edition of Anthology. We've received some very nice letters in regard to our current poetic problem, to wit, WNBC's sign-off on Sunday and Monday mornings. A listener who signs her letter only as a listener suggests these lines from Rupert Brooks' Day That I Have Loved. Close in the nest is folded every weary wing, hushed all the joyful voices, and we who held you dear eastward return and homeward alone, remembering. Day that I loved, the night is here. Our anonymous friend from the Bronx also approves of the Zoe Atkins poem we read last Sunday. A letter from Philadelphia and another suggestion. From the poem Night by William Blake, these lines. The sun descending in the west, the evening star does shine. The birds are silent in their nest, and I must seek for mine. The moon, like a flower in heaven's high bower, with silent delight sits and smiles on the night. Farewell, green fields and happy grove, where flocks have ta'en delight, where lambs have nibbled, silent move the feet of angels bright. Unseen, they pour blessing and joy without ceasing on each bud and blossom, on each sleeping bosom. Well, by next week, we have to make a decision and start recording the new station sign-offs. We'll let you know what we choose. In fact, we'll even audition them for you on Anthology, Sunday, August 22nd. Next week, we're taking a brief hiatus in order that you may enjoy a special program in commemoration of the 12th anniversary of the Waves. Looking ahead just a little, August 22nd will highlight children's poetry on Anthology as we join WNBC's Back to School weekend. August 29th, in answer to many, many requests, we'll repeat the Edna St. Vincent Millay Memorial Program, with Deems Taylor reading excerpts from Miss Millay's last book of poetry, Mine the Harvest. September 5th, be sure not to miss Canada Lee's thrilling version of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. September 12th, one of the great English poetic dramas, Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. And September 19th, the poetry of Yeats, read for you by Vincent Price. There are a few of the coming attractions you'll be hearing in the very near future on Anthology. Several months ago, the News and Special Events Department of WNBC presented The Sixth Borough, a series of 8 documentary programs based on the problems currently being faced by Puerto Rican Americans living in New York City. The series was produced in cooperation with New York University's Center for Human Relations, and one of the student workers with whom we had the pleasure of working was Miss Raquel Ruiz. For our bilingual edition of Anthology this afternoon, we're indebted to Miss Ruiz for 2 very striking and beautiful poems of her native island. Miss Ruiz reads first excerpts from the poetry of Luis Pales Matos, Poet Laureate of Puerto Rico. This is known as Afro-Puerto Rican poetry, since the rhythm is similar to that of the African drums. Matos used this rhythm to express his ideas of the hopelessness of the Puerto Ricans because of the existence in the island's history of the African slaves, who brought with them the bongos or drums. Here is Miss Ruiz.
Por la encendida calle antillana baten bandumba de la quimbamba, flor de tórtola, rosa de Uganda. Por ti crepitan bombas y bámbulas, por ti en calendas desenfrenadas quema la antilla su sangre ñáñiga. Haití te ofrece sus calabazas, fogosos rones te da Jamaica, Cuba te dice dale mulata, y Puerto Rico melao melamba. Sus mis cocolos de negras caras, tronad tambores, vibrad maracas, que por la encendida calle antillana rumba, macumba, candombe, bámbula, baten bandumba de la quimbamba.
We hear next a poem called Puerto Rico by José Benítez Gautier. This is a description of the island which Senor Gautier calls Borinquen, the name given to Puerto Rico by the Indians. He calls Borinquen the Garden of America, America being the Garden of the World. Accompanying Miss Ruiz's reading of this colorful and descriptive poem will be the Glee Club of the University of Puerto Rico.
Borinquen, nombre al pensamiento grato como el recuerdo de un amor profundo. Bello jardín de América el ornato, siendo el jardín América del mundo. Perla que el mar dentro y su concha arranca al agitar sus ondas placenteras. Garza dormida entre la espuma blanca del nítido cinturón de tus riberas. Tienes la caña en la feraz sábana, el lago de miel que con la brisa ondea, mientras la espuma en la gentil guájana como blanco plumón te balancea, y la palma que se mece en el ambiente encerrada en el ánfora colgante, la linfa pura de su área fuente, y de tus montes en la ancha falda donde el cedro y la péndola dominan, luce el caseto, la gentil guirnalda del combo ramo que a la tierra inclinan las vallas de carmín y de esmeralda. Tú tienes, sí, tus noches voluptuosas, que amor feliz al corazón augura, y en el verjal de lirios y de rosas manantiales de plata que murmuran.
Strong men keep coming on. They go down, shot, hanged, sick, broken. They live on fighting, singing, lucky as plungers. The strong mothers pulling them.
You are listening to the voice of Carl Sandburg reading his poem, Upstream, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Round this lovely valley rise the purple hills of paradise. Oh, softly on yon banks of haze her rosy face the summer lays. Becalmed along the azure sky the argosies of cloudland lie, whose shores with many a shining rift far off their pearl-white peaks uplift. Through all the long midsummer day the meadow-sides are sweet with hay. I seek the coolest sheltered seat just where the field and forest meet, where grow the pine trees tall and bland, the ancient oaks austere and grand, and fringy roots and pebbles fret the ripples of the rivulet. A few midsummer lines from the poem of the same name by Richard Watson Gilder to help us usher in the month of August. Now that we've completed our Shakespearean cycle for this year, we have a little accumulated business to attend to. The question of our theme, for example. We've received a number of inquiries concerning its source. The title is Hard Work and Horseplay, and the music can be found in Richard Rogers' thrilling score for Victory at Sea. In answer to Robert J. Rain's request for the Canada Lee version of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, the LP disc is unfortunately out of print. But John Plummer of our NBC Record Library has sent out his best brace of record hounds, and we hope they'll track down a copy for the program in the very near future. A personal note to our writer-director, Draper Lewis, signed, Your long-lost cousin, Dorothy Thomas. Miss Thomas, a distinguished lady of letters, was recently heard on This I Believe, and Draper hopes to lure her here to Studio 9C some Sunday afternoon to discuss poetry with us. Better start preparing a few notes, Miss Thomas. And speaking of poetry, let's meet the first of our guests this afternoon, Mr. Ogden Nash. Weighty tome entitled 20th Century Authors informs us that Ogden Nash was born in Rye, New York, August 19, 1902. He was educated at St. George's School, and in 1920 and 21 he was a student at Harvard. In 1931, Nash published two books of verse, Hard Lines and Freewheeling, which won amused attention by their remarkable freedom of scansion and unconventionality of thought. P.M. Jack stated that Nash was secure in his possession of all the best and worst rhymes outside of the rhyming dictionaries. And Lyle Bell added, We'd rather watch Nash on his piebald Pegasus than Lady Godiva on a white horse. Suppose we join Mr. Nash aboard Pegasus now, or rather on his Catman record titled Ogden Nash Reads Ogden Nash. For example, here's A Beginner's Guide to the Ocean.
Let us now consider the ocean. It is always in motion. It is generally understood to be the source of much of our rain, and 10,000 fleets are said to have swept over it in vain. When the poet requested it to break, break, break on its cold grey rocks, it obligingly broke, broke, broke. Which, as the poet was Alfred Lord Tennyson, didn't surprise him at all, but if it had been me, I would probably have had a stroke. Some people call it the Atlantic, and some the Pacific, or the Antarctic, or the Indian, or the Mediterranean Sea. But I always say, what difference does it make? Some old geographer mumbling a few words over it. It will always be just the ocean to me. There is an immortal dignity about something like the Atlantic, which seems to drive unimmortal, undignified human beings frustratedly frantic. Just give them one foot on the beach, and people who were perfectly normal formerly, or whilom, why they're subject to whoops and capers that would get them blackballed from an asylum. Yet be they never so rampant and hollerant, the ocean is tolerant. Except a couple of times a day it gives up in disgust and goes off by itself and hides. And that, my dears, accounts for the tides.
Mr. Nash has a typical American husband's viewpoint on such subjects as, well, how many times have you stood in the hall, dressed to the teeth, and waited for your wife to finish her primping? Ogden Nash has these thoughts on that situation. The poem is called The Evening Out.
You have your hat and coat on, and she says she will be right down. And you hope so because it is getting late and you're dining on the other side of town. And you are pretty sure she can't take long, because when you left her, she already looked as neat and snappy as a Cole Porter song. So you stand around thinking of various things and wondering why good rye costs more than Scotch. And after a while, you begin to look at your watch. And so goes 10 minutes, and then 15 minutes, and then half an hour. And you listen for the sound of water running because you suspect she may have gone back for a bath or a shower. Or maybe she decided her hair was a mess and is now shampooing it. But whatever she is up to, she is a long time doing it. And finally she comes down and says she is sorry she couldn't find the right lipstick. That's why she was so slow. And you look at her and she looks marvelous, but not a bit more marvelous than she did when you left her 45 minutes ago. And you tell her she looks ravishing, and she says no, she's a sight. And you reflect that you are now an hour late, but at any rate she is now groomed for the rest of the night. So you get to your destination, and there's the ladies' dressing room, and before you know it, she's in it. But she says she'll be back in a minute, and so she is, but not to tarry. No, only to ask you for her bag, which she has forgotten she had asked you to carry. So you linger in the lobby and wish you had a nice portable hobby. And you try to pass the time seeing how much you can remember of the poetry you learned in school, both good verse and bad verse. And eventually she reappears just about as you have decided she was in the middle of Anthony Adverse. And she doesn't apologize, but glances at you as if you were Bluebeard or Scrooge, and says, why didn't you tell her she had on too much rouge? And you look to see what new tint she has acquired, and she looks just the same as she did before she retired. So you dine and reach the theater in time for the third act, and then go somewhere to dance and sup. And she says she looks like a scarecrow. She has to go straighten up. So then you don't see her for quite a long time. But at last you see her for a moment when she comes out to ask if you will lend her a dime. The moral of all which is that you will have just as much of her company and still save considerable on cover charges and beverages and grub if instead of taking her out on the town, you settle her in a nice, comfortable dressing room and then go off and spend the evening at the club.
Returning for a moment to notes gleaned from 20th century authors, we read that Louis Untermeyer, in writing about Ogden Nash in the New York Journal, qualified his praise of the poet's work with the reservation that productiveness not only compels Nash to pad, but to pretend. He has to pretend to be funnier than he really is, or to be funny when he wants to be serious. But he writes often the best light verse written in America today. On the Cadman label, let's listen again to Ogden Nash. This time we'll hear him read, What to Do Until the Doctor Goes, or It's Tomorrow Than You Think. The Pelterguest, My Pelterguest, and piano tuner, untune me that tune.
Oh, hand me down my old cigar with its Havana wrapper and its filling of cubeb. Fill the little brown jug with bismuth and paregoric, and the pottle and cannikin with soda and rhubarb. Lend me a 99-piece orchestra tutored by Kusevitsky. I don't want the ownership of it, I just want the use of Itsky. Bring me a firkin of Arkansas orators to sing me oratorios. Remove these calf-clad Spenglers and Prousts and replace them with paper-covered Woodhouses and Gaborios. Wrap up and return these secretarial prunes and prisms. Let me have about me bosoms without isms. Life and I are not convivial. Life is real, life is earnest, while I only think I am real and know I am trivial. In this imponderable world, I lose no opportunity to ponder on pick-a-unity. I would spend either a round amount or a flat amount to know whether a puma is only tantamount to a catamount or paramount to a catamount. It is honey in my cup when I read of a sprinter sprinting the 100 yards in 10 seconds flat to think, golly, suppose he stood up. I guess I'm not really reprehensible, just dispensable. I've put Miss Hopper upon the train, and I hope to do so never again. For must I do so, I shouldn't wonder if instead of upon it, I put her under. Never has host encountered a visitor less desirable, less exquisite, or experienced such a tangy zest in beholding the back of a parting guest. Hoitiful, toitiful, Hecate Hopper haunted our house and haunted it proper. Hecate Hopper left the property irredeemably Hecate Hopperty. The morning paper was her monopoly. She read it first, and Hecate Hopperly, handing on to the old subscriber a wad of Dorothy Dix and fiber. Shall we coin a phrase for to uncooperate? How about trying to Hecate Hopperate? On the maid's days off, she found it fun to breakfast in bed at 1:45. Not only was Hecate on a diet, she insisted that all the family try it. And all one weekend we gobbled like pigs on rutabagas and salted figs. She clogged the pipes and she blew the fuses. She broke the rocker that Grandma uses. And she ran amok in the medicine chest, Hecate Hopper, the poltergeist. If I pushed Miss Hopper under the train, I'd probably have to do it again. For the time that I pushed her off the boat, I regretfully found Miss Hopper could float. I regret that before people can be reformed, they have to be sinners. And that before you have pianists in the family, you have to have beginners. When it comes to beginners' music, I am not enthusiastic. And when listening to something called An Evening in My Dollhouse, or Buzz Buzz, said the beat of a clover, Why, I'd like just once to hear it played all the way through instead of that hard part near the end over and over. Have you noticed about little fingers? When they hit a sour note, they lingers. And another thing about little fingers, they're always strawberry jammed or cranberry jellied, and chopsticks is their favorite melody. And if there was one man who I hope his dentist was a sadist and all his teeth were brittle ones, it is he who invented chopsticks for the little ones. My good wishes are less than frugal for him who started the little ones going boogie-woogle. But for him who started the little ones picking out chopsticks on the ivories, well, I wish him 1,000 harems of 1,000 wives apiece and 1,000 little ones by each wife and each little one playing chopsticks 24 hours a day in all the nurseries of all his harems or wiveries.
Just a moment, the voice and the verse of Carl Sandburg. On Sunday and Monday evenings, following the final musical programs, WNBC has been signing off with a special message from Ben Grauer. Since we've become associated with poetry through the medium of anthology, it's been suggested that we find a new poem for that early morning ritual of putting WNBC to bed. Here are 3 possibilities. See how they strike your fancy. These are lines from Shelley's Hymn of Apollo. The sleepless hours who watch me as I lie, curtained with star-inwoven tapestries, from the broad moonlight of the sky, fanning the busy dreams from my dim eyes, waken me when their mother, the gray dawn, tells them that dreams and the moon are gone. Twilight hours like birds flew by as lightly and as free. 10,000 stars were in the sky, 10,000 on the sea. For every wave with dimpled face that leaped upon the air had caught a star in its embrace and held it trembling there. Zoe Aiken's beautiful poem, This Is My Hour, contains these verses, which have much of the tranquil quality for which we're searching. This is my hour between the day and night. The sun has set, and all the world is still. The afterglow upon the distant hill is as a holy light. This is my hour between the sun and moon. The little stars are gathering in the sky. There is no sound but one bird's startled cry, one note that ceases soon. The gardens and far off the meadowland are like the fading depths beneath the sea, while over waves of misty shadows we drift onward, hand in hand. This is my hour that you have called your own. Its hushed beauty silently we share, touched by the wistful wonder in the air that leaves us so alone. We'll explore a few more possibilities next Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, if you have a poem in the back of your mind which you think might sound nice in the dark, early hours of the morning, we'd appreciate your suggestions very much.
Oh, Shenandoah, I long to hear you. Across that wide and rolling river, I'm bound away across the wide Missouri.
As simple, as beautiful, and as moving as our American folk music are the poems of Carl Sandburg. Now, 76 years old, Sandburg is considered by many to be the leading spokesman of our people. Whether he writes as a folklorist or tells down-country stories or lets his rich Illinois baritone roll out with the freedom of a wind blowing over the cornfields, Sandburg is a natural lover of life. A life that ranges from cities of stone and steel to the vast silence of the western deserts. Although he's now a distinguished man of letters, Sandburg has never lost the common touch. Whether they're written, spoken, or sung, his words are always alive because they are the living words of the common man. And now, Sandburg reads Sandburg.
The strong men keep coming on. They go down, shot, hanged, sick, broken. They live on fighting, singing, lucky as plungers. The strong mothers pulling them on. The strong mothers pulling them from a dark sea, a great prairie, a long mountain. Call hallelujah, call amen, call deep thanks. The strong men keep coming on. The sea wash never ends. The sea wash repeats. Only old songs, is that all the sea knows? Only the old strong songs. Is that all? The sea wash repeats. Bilbea, I was in Babylon on Saturday night. I saw nothing of you anywhere. I was at the old place, and the other girls were there, but no Bilbea. Have you gone to another house or city? Why don't you write? I was sorry. I walked home half sick. Tell me how it goes. Send me some kind of a letter. And take care of yourself. A father sees a son nearing manhood. What shall he tell that son? Life is hard. Be steel. Be a rock. And this might stand him for the storms, and serve him for humdrum and monotony, and guide him amid sudden betrayals, and tighten him for slack moments. Life is a soft loam. Be gentle. Go easy. And this, too, might serve him. Brutes have been gentle where lashes failed. The growth of a frail flower in a path up has sometimes shattered and split a rock. A tough will counts, so does desire. So does a rich, soft wanting. Without rich wanting, nothing arrives. Tell him too much money has killed men and left them dead years before burial. The quest of lucre beyond a few easy needs has twisted good enough men sometimes into dry, thwarted worms. Tell him time as a stuff can be wasted. Tell him to be a fool every so often, and to have no shame over having been a fool, yet learning something out of every folly, hoping to repeat none of the cheap follies, thus arriving at intimate understanding of a world numbering many fools. Tell him to be alone often, and get at himself, and above all, tell himself no lies about himself, whatever the white lies and protective fronts he may use amongst other people. Tell him solitude is creative if he is strong, and the final decisions are made in silent rooms. Tell him to be different from other people if it comes natural and easy being different. Let him have lazy days seeking his deeper motives. Let him seek deep for where he is a born natural. Then he may understand Shakespeare and the Wright brothers, Pasteur, Pavlov, Michael Faraday, and free imaginations bringing changes into a world resenting change. He will be lonely enough to have time for the work he knows as his own. Bees and a honeycomb in the dried head of a horse in a pasture corner, a skull in the tall grass, and a buzz of the yellow honey hunters. And I ask no better a winding sheet over the earth and under the sun. Let the bees go honey hunting with yellow blur of wings in the dome of my head, in the rumbling, singing arch of my skull. Let there be wings and yellow dust and the drone of dreams of honey. Who loses and remembers, who keeps and forgets. In a blue sheen of moon over the bones and under the hanging honeycomb, the bees come home and the bees sleep. When Abraham Lincoln was shoveled into the tombs, he forgot the copperheads and the assassin. In the dust, in the cool tombs. And Ulysses Grant lost all thought of con men and Wall Street. Cash and collateral turned ashes. In the dust, in the cool tombs. Pocahontas' body, lovely as a poplar, sweet as a red haw in November or a pawpaw in May. Did she wonder, does she remember, in the dust, in the cool tombs? Take any street full of people buying clothes and groceries, cheering a hero or throwing confetti and blowing tin horns. Tell me if the lovers are losers. Tell me if any get more than the lovers. In the dust, in the cool tombs.
So, Anthology number 21, dated Sunday, August 1st, 1954. Next week, have your French dictionary handy because we'll be listening to some modern French poetry. We'll also hear 2 poems from Puerto Rico, read for you by a young Puerto Rican student currently enrolled at New York University. And don't forget to send in your suggestions for a WNBC bedtime verse. We can't offer you a solid gold Cadillac for your efforts, but we'd be most appreciative of your help. Anthology comes to you with the cooperation of the YM and YWHA Poetry Center, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The program is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday, then, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many tired Camelot.
You are listening to the voice of Peggy Ashcroft reading Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott, a page from this week's edition of Anthology.
Break, break, on thy cold grey stones, O sea, and I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Oh, well for the fisherman's boy that he shouts with his sister at play. Oh, well for the sailor lad that he sings in his boat on the bay. And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea, that the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me.
Among the names of poets which appear constantly in our mail is that of Alfred Lord Tennyson, introduced this week by Sir John Gielgud's reading of Break, Break, Break. Unlike most poets, Tennyson was reared in comfort and died in the peerage. One of 12 children, he was born August 6, 1809, at Somersby in Lincolnshire, and the rolling green countryside surrounding his family home is continually reflected in his work. Tennyson composed his first verse when he was 8. At the age of 10, he wrote hundreds of lines in imitation of Pope, and at 12, even dared an analysis of Milton's Samson Agonistes. At 18, just before entering Trinity College at Cambridge, he collaborated with his brother Charles on his first published volume, Poems by Two Brothers. Tennyson holds a position of high honor in the American schoolroom, since the majority of his poems have such a popular appeal to students. Given a memory assignment, they will invariably choose Crossing the Bar, or perhaps you learned Tennyson's Ring Out, Wild Bells. Ring out, wild bells, to the wild sky, the flying cloud, the frosty light. The year is dying in the night. Ring out, wild bells, and let him die. Ring out the old, ring in the new. Ring, happy bells, across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Ring out the grief that saps the mind. For those that here we see no more. Ring out the feud of rich and poor. Ring in redress to all mankind. Ring out a slowly dying cause and ancient forms of party strife. Ring in the nobler modes of life with sweeter manners, purer laws. Ring out the want, the care, the sin, the faithless coldness of the times. Ring out my mournful rhymes, but ring the fuller minstrel in. Ring out false pride in place and blood, the civic slander and the spite. Ring in the love of truth and right. ring in the common love of good. Ring out old shapes of foul disease, ring out the narrowing lust of gold, ring out the 1,000 wars of old, ring in the 1,000 years of peace. Ring in the valiant man and free, the larger heart, the kindlier hand. Ring out the darkness of the land. Ring in the Christ that is to be. You might like to save a few of those sentiments for New Year's Eve. They're of much more value than the usual banal toasts. Our second guest to read from the works of Tennyson this week is the very attractive and talented English actress, Miss Peggy Ashcroft. Here again we have a poem which is a favorite in the classrooms, especially among the gentler sex. We're apt to finish this particular narrative with the misty eye and trembling lip. From Tennyson's published collection of poems written when he was 23 years old, Peggy Ashcroft reads The Lady of Shalott.
On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many tired Camelot. And up and down the people go, gazing where the lilies blow, round an island there below, the island of Shalott. Willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver through the wave that runs forever by the island and the river, flowing down to Camelot. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, and the silent isle embowers the Lady of Shalott. By the margin, willow veiled, slide the heavy barges, trailed by slow horses, and unhailed the shallop flit its silken sails skimming down to Camelot. But who hath seen her wave her hand, or at the casement seen her stand, or is she known in all the land, the Lady of Shalott? Only reapers, reaping early in among the bearded barley, hear a song that echoes cheerily from the river winding clearly down to tired Camelot. And by the moon the reaper weary, piling sheaves in uplands airy, listening whispers, "'Tis the fairy Lady of Shalott." There she weaves by night and day a magic web with colours gay. She has heard a whisper say, a curse is on her if she stay to look down to Camelot. She knows not what the curse may be, and so she weaveth steadily, and little other care hath she, the Lady of Shalott. And moving through a mirror clear that hangs before her all the year, shadows of the world appear. There she sees the highway near, winding down to Camelot. There the river eddy whirls, and there the surly village churls, and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. Sometimes a troop of damsels glad, an abbot on an ambling pad, sometimes a curly shepherd lad, or long-haired page in crimson clad, goes by to tired Camelot. And sometimes, through the mirror blue, the knights come riding 2 and 2. She hath no loyal knight and true, the Lady of Shalott. A bow shot from her bower eaves, he rode between the barley sheaves. The sun came dazzling through the leaves, and famed upon the brazen greaves of bold Sir Lancelot. A red-crossed knight for ever kneeled to a lady in his shield that sparkled on the yellow field beside remote Shalott. The jenny bridle glittered free, like to some branch of stars we see hung in the golden galaxy. The bridle bells rang merrily as he rode down to Camelot, and from his blazoned baldric slung a mighty silver bugle hung, and as he rode his armour rung beside remote Shalott. His broad clear brow in sunlight glowed, on burnished hooves his war-horse strode, from underneath his helmet flowed his coal-black curls, as on he rode down to Camelot. From the bank and from the river, he flashed into the crystal mirror. Tirra-lirra, by the river sang Sir Lancelot. She left the web, she left the loom, she made 3 paces through the room. She saw the water-lily bloom, she saw the helmet and the plume. She looked down to Camelot. Out flew the web and floated wide. The mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. In the stormy east wind straining, the pale yellow woods were waning, the broad stream in his banks complaining, heavily the low sky raining over tired Camelot. Down she came, and found a boat beneath a willow left afloat, and round about the prow she wrote, the Lady of Shalott. And down the river's dim expanse, like some bold seer in a trance, seeing all his own mischance, with a glassy countenance did she look to Camelot, and at the closing of the day she loosed the chain, and down she lay. The broad stream bore her far away, the Lady of Shalott, lying robed in snowy white, that loosely flew to left and right, the leaves upon her falling light. Through the shadows of the night she floated down to Camelot. And as the boat head wound along the willowy hills and fields among, they heard her singing her last song, the Lady of Shalott, heard a carol mournful, holy, chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her blood was frozen slowly, and her eyes were darkened wholly, turned to tired Camelot. For ere she reached upon the tide the first house by the water's side, singing, in her song she died, the Lady of Shalott. Under tower and balcony, by garden wall and gallery, a gleaming shape she floated by, dead pale between the houses high, silent into Camelot. And out upon the wharf they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. Who is this, and what is here? And in the lighted palace near died the sound of royal cheer, and they crossed themselves for fear, all the knights at Camelot. But Lancelot mused a little space. He said, she has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott.
We had a very good reason for choosing to talk about Lord Tennyson and schoolrooms on this week's edition of Anthology, since our second guest is a poet who is also a teacher. His name is Johann Egglesrud. As a poet, he is currently represented by his volume of poems, My Thinking Heart, published by Vantage Press. As a teacher, he's professor of comparative literature at Finch College in New York. Dr. Egglesrud was born in Tromsø, Norway. He received his BA and MA degrees from the University of Minnesota and his PhD in comparative literature from the Sorbonne. If you don't mind, Dr. Egglesrud, I'd like to take the role of one of your students. In fact, I'll be much safer in that capacity since I know so very little concerning the poet who is a teacher. In fact, nothing at all. Could you tell us some of your views on that subject?
Well, teaching poetry in the modern way is quite different from the earlier kind of teaching, in that we do not approach it as a subject that you're supposed to learn something about factually. That is scanning and how many lines in a sonnet and that kind of memory work which was prevalent for a long time. Instead, I approach the teaching of poetry from the creative point of view. That is, to try to condition the student to understand that a poem is a living thing. Mm-hmm. It's an organism which has an inherent life of its own. And that the significant thing about a poem is your own unfolding of that life which is inherent in the poem itself. So that the teaching actually of the technique, for instance, and of the various forms of poetry comes in simply as a means of understanding the expression and why that form happens to convey this meaning, which is the significant thing about the poem.
You're also a musician and a painter, I believe, Dr. Egglesrud.
Yes, I have done some of that, indeed.
Would you say that poetry is like music and like a painting in I mean, your approach to it in teaching it now is more like the appreciation also of music and of a painting, rather than the old way of memorization and taking it line by line and pounding this line into your head, you know, and then the other line, and finally you've got it or else.
That's very true. It is because what poetry really communicates is not the factual things. It's not the things of the objective world, but it is that something which emerges out of the suggestions that are given by the poet and which you, the reader, supply as a psychological reaction.
In other words, there's a communication between the reader and the poet.
Yes.
And you feel that it's very important that the reader should actually know what the poet was intending to say, rather than the reader, say, who picks up a poem and says, well, I don't know what the poet meant, but it means this to me and I like it that way and that's it. In other words, you should find what the poet was trying to say.
Yes, I think that is the main thing that I'm trying to do in teaching poetry. It's to get these students to know how to release the inner life of the poem itself. That's why I speak about it from the point of view of the creator, of the writer of poetry, who knows exactly that what he's trying to communicate is an inner meaning which goes beyond any of the factual things that he brings into it. It's almost like music in that respect. As a matter of fact, it's very close to music, in that a melody, for instance, or a musical phrase is not a thing that you can describe or that appeals to anything but the intuitive sense of the unfoldment, the dynamic unfoldment of that phrase. And so in the same way, a poem has that kind of organic life that you must unfold. And it's in the unfoldment of the whole thing, including both the rhythm and the melody of the language itself, and these suggestions of meaning which you then create the reactions which are the significant meaning of the poem itself.
We've talked about the two professions of poetry, or being a poet rather, and being a teacher. Now, when we had Dr. William Carlos Williams, for instance, on the program, we asked him professional advice for young poets and so on. So maybe we could ask you not only professional advice, but how you feel that the two professions work out together. Is there a clash between the poet and the teacher?
No, I don't feel that it is, because a poet has the urgent desire, of course, to communicate that which is deeply significant to him. And so in that way, since the approach to teaching now is from the creative point of view, I feel that it is simply another opportunity to communicate directly to young people these values which are so significant to me.
Well, let's fall under the spell of your urge, shall we, to communicate with the poetry you have written by reading some of it to us from, this is all from My Thinking Heart, right? From
yes.
your book.
The first poem that I want to read is called The Creator, and I thought it would be fitting because that is an attempt at explaining or giving an expression of that quality which is the mind moving on a plane which is freed from all the restrictions and all the hampering qualities of life in general, and therefore projects itself and creates a world of its own in which you are the master, so to say. And that is what I mean when I say that the poem seems to me to be a little universe, a little world, a little organism which has its own inherent life. And so this creator, I think, expresses this sense. O troubled mortal that I am, bound by insidious, unseen laws, hounded by logic in my brain, and sore enslaved by body drives and lust. I stumble, cursing gravitation's star-born force. This seed, predestined to produce an other tree, mocks with its pattern that repeats my sensate ego's freedom and its pride. Your face, your hair, your lips, through passionate response in me, taunt my better judgment and my mind. O world-defying being in my heart, eternal rebel, rise and smite with sharp confusion all this sense. From this too cunning prison, where you meet at every turn the chilling chains, plot your escape, and from within raise the wild ladder of your dreams, break through the bars of reason by your art, destroy the locks of logic, and force with magic the shackles of the bound event. Achieve, O willful, proud creator, through chaos, your own free world. Then I'll read another poem that I think also has some of that search for meanings which are not said directly by the poet, but in this case it is the feeling of identity, that in all the change that is about us, our bodies are deteriorating, changing, our surroundings, everything is changing, and yet there is this spiritual sense of identity which remains, and that I'm trying to communicate through this poem. The poem is called No Matter How I Turn This Mirror. Although I turn this mirror upside down, my image moves not, but remains intact. My leg, when plunged into a lucid stream, looks broken. It is unchanged in fact. And heaven's vital light, that well may seem to speed so lustrously across my days, in truth I know does never move at all. Eternal change reflects then countless ways here within the tranquil pool my soul. Yet from my multi-shed of deep recess, beneath the burning clouds I must confess, no matter how I turn this mirror's frame, my image in it still remains the same. The next poem is also about these questions that move the more or less thinking heart. That is, it's the attempt at expressing a feeling of the indifference of nature to human values. It's called A Sound Reaching No Ear. The green, cold sea I saw wash over scattered wreckage on Iwo Jima's tragic shores, rocking smashed tanks like death's cradles, rolling a splintered cannon like a broken cross, billowing gun fragments, pierced helmets, and torn shirts. That green, cold sea, O heart, is the everlasting insensate, the final absolute, against whose relentless motion your bitter cry is futile as sound, reaching no ear. The next poem is about, again, that feeling which has always been very close to me, the sense of what is the ultimate meaning and what is the ultimate truth. And with the modern scientific understanding of matter as being a form of energy, vitality, life, then comes the feeling that your own being is a part of this. And so that is what I try to convey in terms that would make the reader sense this mystery of life itself. It's called ultimate reality. Watching the surgeon's swift incision, the ribs parted,
the living heart laid bare, I shudder. For what I see there, pounding that fibrous wall, knocking with quick, insistent beats, is the unfathomable presence, the mystic entity, the ultimate reality. The next poem that I'd like to read is one that has some literary reference, at least, and therefore might lend itself to reading of this kind. It's called To the Friar Beaten by Chaucer. Out of the dense obscurity of countless dead and nameless men, you, friar, picked by chance to live, only because learned Dan Chaucer came briskly down Fleet Street late one day, mad in his heart from having seen corruption among the lawyers at the Temple. You, friar, quite drunk, and filled with extravagant and alcoholic zeal, felt he should be saved for Christ. After blocking his way, arguing, pulling at his sleeve, and getting furious at being pushed away, you struck him, and finally brought down on your tonsured head his hard-knuckled, nervous fist until the pent-up fury of his rage sent you bleeding and howling in the gutter. Then, the apprehension for violation of the gravity and peace, the fine. Strange destiny, you did not know that hitting Chaucer, you struck at fate, and that since then you live, remembered as a moment in the life of him who men will not forget.
Dr. Johann Egglesrud, poet, musician, painter, teacher. You can find his latest book on sale now, My Thinking Heart, published by Vantage Press. Thank you very much, Dr. Egglesrud, for a very pleasant visit. Please come back and read for us again on Anthology. Next week, Anthology 1954, a radio review of our first year of broadcasting, highlighting many of the Anthology programs which you've enjoyed. Among the poets you'll hear are Ogden Nash, Carl Sandburg, Marianne Moore, Edna St. Vincent Millay, and Dame Edith Sitwell. Our guest readers will be Sir Laurence Olivier, Agnes Moorehead, Noel Coward, and many more. Be sure to listen next week to Anthology 1954. Anthology comes to you transcribed in conjunction with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA in New York. This has been an NBC radio production.
The Donkey by G.K. Chesterton. Read for LibriVox.org by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland. When fishes flew and forests walked, and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood, then surely I was born, with monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all four-footed things, the tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will. Starve, scourge, deride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools, for I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year, he said to his friend,
You're listening to the voice of Frederick March, reading Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's patriotic narrative, Paul Revere's Ride, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. 2 weeks ago, when William Carlos Williams was our guest on Anthology, we were talking before the broadcast, and I asked Dr. Williams what advice he had for today's young poets. He thought for a moment, and then, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, a twinkle you can certainly hear in his voice, he said,
"If you like to eat, if you enjoy eating, do not be a poet. And think that you can make any money in it, because it is very certain that you will not make any money, and if you attempt to, you will degenerate into a certain class of poet whom we all know, and we don't we laugh at the verses, but there's nothing subtle about it. But there's nothing subtle about eating too. So I advise all young poets to get a job."
Dr. Williams, at 76, is still a practicing physician in Rutherford, New Jersey. Looking for the young poet's viewpoint on this subject, we invited as our first guest this Sunday an attractive young lady named Tamar Cooper, a young lady who is an aspiring actress but also an aspiring poetess. Her thespic talents have been displayed in over 50 TV appearances, on the radio and summer stock. And her poetic talents? Well, let's talk about poetry, Tam. What do you think about Dr. Williams' advice?
Well, I agree with him. I really do.
So you're going to get a steady job, or you have a steady job?
Well, let's say acting is my steady job. You forgot to say I was in Cyrano on Broadway.
That's true. Cyrano on Broadway.
Yes.
Tamar Cooper in Cyrano de Bergerac on Broadway.
Very poetic.
Indeed. Well, you're primarily an actress then.
That's right. That's my profession. And that's what, of course, actresses always advise actresses to get steady jobs, too. So it seems I'm in a position where everything I want to do, I have to get a steady job at.
Well, perhaps with two sort of unsteady jobs, maybe they'll add up to more or less some sort of a steady job, do you think?
Well, I don't know. How I feel about poetry is that you just can't make a cent on it. I mean, the most famous poets don't make money at their poetry.
That's true, whereas the famous actresses really do, don't they?
They really do.
That's your chance, huh?
Yes.
Well, how long have you been on Broadway, or shall I say in New York, since you've done what? Only the one play, actually.
I've only been on Broadway once. Yes.
Then how long have you been in New York?
Little over 3 years.
And you came from where?
Los Angeles.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That accounts for the introduction in one of your poems.
Oh, about snow.
Yes.
That I've never seen. Yes. And this January was the first real snow I ever saw.
You liked it, I take it, or you wouldn't have written a poem about it, huh?
Yes. Fascinated me.
Well, you know, we've enjoyed finding out about your two professions. But we'd like to hear some of your poems even more than that, because after all, this is Anthology, and our purpose is poetry here. Would you be kind enough to read some of them for us?
Well, I'd love to. They mean a lot to me. Poetry does. My first poem is a short poem. My fears, like black tears, through the years and years roll down the steeple of my thoughts. Caught, plots joy, the toy. This is the poem I wrote about snow last January. Snow, rows of soiled pebbles, step and slush, rush, 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 even in the hush of snow. Coats wrapped, trapped in the prison of wool upon rubber. We suffer in the snow. Toes turn blue, hands do too, to the tune of the swirl, whirl of those sands of snow. Low it falls, stalls, speeding feet, halts the teeming city into steaming flats that know snow. Chose roofs overhead instead of that curious, furious falling dandruff we love, we know as snow. The third poem is more or less an exercise in rhythm for myself. The tango played on the mango tree went bang over the heads of Fandango. Please don't tease. It's easy to be queasy when the reason is right, but season is wrong. The song belongs to Chango, doing the tango, played on the mango tree. Repeat, deceit, the leeches beseeches for one more. Tore the door, bored to death, our chest heaves to the tune of the tango played on the mango tree.
Thank you, Tam. Tamar Cooper, actress and poetess, reading her own poetry. We'll need you a little later on, though, Tam, so please don't rush off.
Oh, all right.
Picture, if you will, an Italian palazzo during the Renaissance. This is the night of the grand ball, the night when the young duke will announce his betrothal to one of the loveliest and one of the richest maidens in all Milan. Below, the guests await their host. Soft candlelight dances on the jeweled fingers of the lavishly dressed ladies. Their escorts in brocaded satins and velvets drink deeply from golden cups, their laughter mingling with the music from the balcony above. At the top of the long marble staircase, the young duke stands with an emissary recently arrived from his fiancée's father. As they descend, the duke catches his friend's arm for a moment. With a swift motion, he throws aside a heavy curtain, revealing the portrait of a young girl. The emissary catches his breath. The young duke smiles and says,
"That's my last duchess painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. I call that piece a wonder now. Fra Pandolf's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Will please you sit and look at her? I said Fra Pandolf by design, for never read strangers like you that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance. But to myself they turn, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you but I, and seem to ask me if they durst how such a glance came there. So not the first of you to turn and ask thus. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only called that spot of joy into the Duchess' cheek. Perhaps Fra Pandolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrist too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half flush that dies along her throat. Well, such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. She had a heart, how shall I say, too soon made glad, too easily impressed. She liked whate'er she looked on, and her looks went everywhere. Such was all one. My favorite her breast, the dropping of the sunlight in the west, the bough of cherry some officious fool broke in the orchard for her, the white mule she rode round the terrace, all in each would draw from her alike the approving speech or blush, at least. She thanked men, good, but thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900-year-old name with anybody's gift. Who'd stoop to blame this sort of trifling? Even had you the skill in speech, which I have not, to make your will quite clear to such as one and say, just this or that in you disgusts me, here you miss or there exceed the mark. And if she let herself be listened so, nor plainly set her wit to yours, forsooth, and made excuse, e'en then would be some stooping, and I choose never to stoop. Oh, sir, she smiled, no doubt, whene'er I passed her, but who passed without much the same smile? This grew, I gave commands, then all smiles stopped together. There she stands as if alive. I will please you rise. We'll meet the company below then. I repeat, the Count, your master's known munificence, is ample warrant that no just pretense of mine for dowry will be disallowed, though his fair daughter's self, as I avowed at starting, is my object. Nay, we'll go together down, sir. Notice Neptune, taming a seahorse, thought a rarity, which claws of Innsbruck cast in bronze for me.
Stanley, if you'd like to leave your plumed hat and poisoned ring there on the table, I'd like our friends to meet you as yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stanley Tannen, the second of our young guests this afternoon. Stanley, like Tam Cooper, has his eye on the theater, but he also enjoys reading poetry, and when he called and asked us if he could read for us some Sunday afternoon on Anthology, we very gratefully accepted. Stanley, let's talk a little about readings in general. Of course, productions like Don Juan in Hell and John Brown's Body have given this almost neglected art a tremendous boost these days. But what sort of readings have you done?
Well, Mr. Fleetwood, the last readings I've done were over at Columbia University. There weren't too many. I did a few readings from Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers and a few readings from the Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. I think this is a wonderful medium. I think it's a wonderful thing that you have this program. I was very glad to be here.
Well, that's nice of you to say all those things. We really weren't questioning you to get kind words out of you, but we never turn them aside, believe me. You mentioned Columbia University. Are you associated with the university?
Well, I was attending the School of General Studies, which is a side branch of the school. I was in Columbia School.
Were you studying poetry or theater or poetry reading there?
No, just taking a general studies course there. And my hobby was spending some time over at the station.
At the radio station at
Yes.
Columbia?
Yes, WKCR, if I can put in a plug.
Oh, I think so. Inasmuch as the radius of the beam, I believe, from the Columbia University station doesn't go beyond the dorms, I suppose we can risk that competition. Well, you plan to do work essentially in radio or the theater?
Well, my ideal aim is the theater, and any acting, whether on TV, radio, is all wonderful experience and pleasure to do.
The allied arts, in other words.
Yes.
The theater.
Yes, Mr. Fleetwood.
Well, we certainly wish you all the best of luck in the future, Stanley.
Thank you.
Again, we thank you for reading for us this afternoon on Anthology. Under the department marked Letters from Listeners, we've been very remiss, and we're most apologetic. Every week, we've truly tried to find time to thank people such as Gerald Carson, George Daniels, and Isabel Churchick for their very kind and encouraging letters. We've wanted to answer a note from C.H. O'Hara, chairman of the Department of English of Washington Irving High School, on the subject of schedules and other material pertinent to Anthology. At the present time, we're not equipped to issue advance notices for Anthology. We will, however, try to keep you informed of coming events, and perhaps in the not-too-far future, we'll be able to send out a printed schedule. Monroe Hall writes to tell us that in England, poetry and related programs over the BBC have been a great success. One of our English counterparts is called
The BBC presents Time for Verse, a poetry notebook edited and produced by Patrick Dickinson. The readers are Marjorie Anderson and John Lorry.
The BBC has very kindly lent us several transcriptions from their series, and we plan to feature them on Anthology very soon. The programs deal with all phases of English verse, classic and modern, from poetry of a serious nature to poetry with a lighter touch.
Trees from the very first have naturally been used by poets to point a moral. The Atheist and the Acorn is by the 17th century poet Anne, Countess of Winchelsea.
Methinks this world is oddly made, and everything's amiss, a dull, presuming atheist said, as stretched he lay beneath a shade, and instanced it in this. Behold, quoth he, that mighty thing, a pumpkin large and round, is held by but a little string, which upward cannot make it spring, or bear it from the ground. Whilst on this oak a fruit so small, so disproportioned grows, that who with sense surveys this all, this universal casual ball, its ill contrivance knows. My better judgment would have hung that weight upon a tree, and left this mast, thus lightly strung, mongst things that on the surface sprung, and small and feeble be. No more the caviller could say, nor farther faults descry, for as he upward gazing lay, an acorn, loosened from the stay, fell down upon his eye. The offended part with tears ran o'er, as punished for the sin. Fool, had that bough a pumpkin bore, thy whimsies must have worked no more, nor skull had kept them in.
A card from Bernice Aronson and a request. Tam, one of Miss Aronson's favorite poems is Milton's On His Blindness. I wonder if you'd read it for her and for us.
I'd love to, Fleetwood. When I consider how my light is spent ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent, which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied, I fondly ask? But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve, who only stand and wait.
Thank you, Tam. And don't be a stranger.
Oh, I won't. Oh, before I leave, there's an old Scottish doggerel that I just love. Have we a few seconds?
Always for you, Tam.
Thank you. From bullies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, may the good Lord protect you. Goodbye, Fleetwood.
Goodbye, Tam. 179 years ago, in Concord Village, there was a growing uneasiness, premonition of coming battle and bloodshed should the British march against the ill-equipped forces of the so-called revolutionists. Revolutionists we prefer to call American Minutemen. The story of the events preceding that battle are read today by young and old, not only in our history books, but in a beloved poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. On the anniversary of this historic event, we invite you to enjoy those exciting moments once again as Frederick March reads Paul Revere's Ride.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April, in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year, he said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, and 2, if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm." Then he said, "Good night," and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, for swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man of war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him, he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. And he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade. By the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and looked down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour, and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly, all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay. A line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred, with a heavy stride on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then, impetuous, stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly, he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral, and somber and still. And lo, as he looks, on the belfry's height a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle. The bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes, till full on his sight a second lamp on the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. And that was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic, meeting the ocean tide. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, black and bare, gazed at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books, you have read how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history, to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere.
And so, Anthology number 8. Many thanks to Tamar Cooper for being with us this afternoon, and to Stanley Tannen, too, with our other guest of the afternoon. Next week, we promise you a rare listening treat. On Monday, April 24th, Harper & Brothers will publish Mine the Harvest, a selection from the last poems of Edna St. Vincent Millay, which she, at the time of her death, was preparing for publication, together with a few unpublished poems from an earlier period. Next Sunday, April 23rd, excerpts from the new book will be read by the distinguished American author and composer Deems Taylor, who will also tell us some of his own personal experiences with Miss Millay. As another highlight of the program, you will hear Edna St. Vincent Millay herself reading her own poetry from special records which were broadcast on NBC in 1939. Anthology is brought to you by WNBC in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YW and YMHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The next important event scheduled at the Poetry Center will be the appearance on Saturday, May 8th of Carson McCullers in a lecture reading concerning the development of her literary career. Remember the date, May 8th. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday at 3, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
The Secret People by G.K. Chesterton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Clare in July 2007 in Birmingham, England. Smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget, for we are the people of England that never has spoken yet. There is many a fat farmer that drinks less cheerfully. There's many a free French peasant who is richer and sadder than we. There are no folk in the whole world so helpless or so wise. There is hunger in our bellies, there is laughter in our eyes. You laugh at us and love us, both mugs and eyes are wet, only you do not know us, for we have not spoken yet. The fine French kings came over in a flutter of flags and dames. We liked their smiles and battles, but we never could say their names. The blood ran red to Bosworth, and the high French lords went down. There was naught but a naked people under a naked crown. And the eyes of the king's servants turned terribly every way, and the gold of the king's servants rose higher every day. They burnt the homes of the shaven men that had been quaint and kind, till there was no bed in a monk's house, nor food that man could find. The inns of God where no man paid, that were the wall of the weak, the king's servants ate them all, and still we did not speak. And the face of the king's servants grew greater than the king. He tricked them, and they trapped him, and stood round him in a ring. The new grave lords closed round him, that had eaten the abbey's fruits, and the men of the new religion, with their Bibles in their boots. We saw their shoulders moving to menace or discuss, and some were pure, and some were vile, but none took heed of us. We saw the king as they killed him, and his face was proud and pale, and a few men talked of freedom, while England talked of ale. A war that we understood not came over the world, and woke Americans, Frenchmen, Irish, but we knew not the things they spoke. They talked about rights, and nature, and peace, and the people's reign, and the squires, our masters, bade us fight, and never scorned us again, weak if we be for ever, could none condemn us then. Men called us serfs and drudges, men knew that we were men. In foam and flame at Trafalgar, on Albuera plains, we did and died like lions, to keep ourselves in chains. We lay in living ruins, firing and fearing not the strange fierce face of the Frenchman, who knew for what he fought. And the man who seemed to be more than man, we strained against and broke, and we broke our own rights with him. And still we never spoke. Our path of glory ended, we never heard guns again. But the squire seemed struck in the saddle. He was foolish, as if in pain. He leaned on a staggering lawyer. He clutched a cringing Jew. He was stricken. It may be, after all, he was stricken at Waterloo. Or perhaps the shades of the shaven men, whose spoil is in his house, come back in shining shapes at last, to spoil his last carouse. We only know the last sad squires ride slowly towards the sea, and a new people takes the land, and still it is not we. They have given us into the hands of the new unhappy lords, lords without anger and honour, who dare not carry their swords. They fight by shuffling papers. They have bright, dead, alien eyes. They look at our labour and laughter as a tired man looks at flies. And the load of their loveless pity is worse than the ancient wrongs. Their doors are shut in the evenings, and they know no songs. We hear men speaking for us of new laws, strong and sweet, yet there is no man speaketh as we speak in the street. It may be we shall rise the last, as Frenchmen rose the first. Our wrath come after Russia's wrath, and our wrath be the worst. It may be we are meant to mark with our riot and our rest God's scorn for all men governing. It may be beer is best. But we are the people of England, and we have not spoken yet. Smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Information, please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a cool, refreshing glass of ginger ale. Every week at this time, Canada Dry invites you to bombard a board of 4 experts with the toughest questions you can think of. You may submit from 1 to 3 questions with the correct answers. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. And if your question stumps our board of experts, you not only get $10 more, but in addition, you receive a complete 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Mind you, this is only if your question stumps our board of experts. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information Please uses the one that was submitted first. All questions become the property of Information Please and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. And now may I present our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, these questions haven't been seen in advance by any of the experts, and that nation, please, is completely unprogrammed. Now may I introduce our quartet. The old reliable trio is back in full force. Franklin P. Adams, the long-memoried conductor of the Conning Tower, which appears in the New York Post. Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and pianist. And John Kieran, sports expert and general repository of knowledge. We feel a special pleasure in introducing as our guest of honor this evening one of America's most distinguished poets and biographers, Carl Sandburg, whose 4-volume study of the last year of Abraham Lincoln will shortly be available. In my opinion, will probably mark a milestone in American biography. Now remember, for each question that's missed, Canada Dry rings up $10. And and that's paid out to the sender, plus $5 for the use of the question, plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Gentlemen, we're off. I shall begin with the following question. What notorious living American author was thrown out on account of his ignorance of arithmetic when he tried to break into the West Point Military Academy? Mr. Sandberg?
Should I answer me or give my name?
Oh, I think you ought to give us your whole name, Mr. Sandberg, so we can mark it down for the record. Was it really you that was thrown out of the West Point Military Academy?
In 1899.
A long time ago. You've learned arithmetic since then?
I haven't learned arithmetic, and I have forgotten things that I knew then. I hope they don't come up tonight.
You sound as if you belong precisely on this program, Mr. Sandberg. Well, I'll ask you to remember just a single number, the number 10. That's what we're trying this evening, not to lose. $10. Now, you get that, Mr. Sandberg? Very good. That was an off-the-record question just put in to make Mr. Sandberg uneasy. The following question comes from Julia Jean Hoops of Washington, D.C. Where do the following lines occur? The first is, lovely line, boop, boop, did-em, dat-em, what-em, choo. Mr. Levant.
It's taken from the Chinese. Three little fishies.
Little fishies. From the Chinese. That's right. You couldn't give us any more of those lines, Mr.
I think sincerely you would not like me to give you any more lines.
Yes, I would. You mustn't quarrel with them that way. Can you really give us a little more?
I can hardly give you what you just gave me.
Well, you can say those things 3 times. Boop, boop, did-em, dat-em, what-em, too. And then you say, and they fam, all over the dam. Mr. Levant, it's off the air now.
It's off the elbow.
I mean, generally, they've got on to something else now, haven't they?
I think they have a new vogue.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't listen to the air anymore.
Don't listen to the air anymore?
No, request.
Now, here's a question that doesn't involve your knowledge of the air. Where does this line occur? Listen carefully. Hey, non, nonny, nonny, hey, nonny. Mr. Adams.
It's in Shakespeare.
It is in Shakespeare. Now, can you localize it?
Well, it might be in As You Like It.
I suppose it weren't.
Then I'd lose.
I thought it was As You Like It.
Shakespeare is correct enough, Mr. Adams, but I'll ask you to be a little more definite. Mr. Levant, did you know?
I thought it was As You Like It. I know where Hey Nonny Nonny Hot Shot Shot comes from.
That comes from Shakespeare, too.
Yeah, but the first modern usage was of the I Sing by Ira Gershwin.
Very good, but that's not what I'm asking. Actually, the line Hey Nun Nonny, Hey Nonny comes from the song by Ophelia. Mr. Hamlet. It's in Hamlet, yes. That's right. They bore him barefaced on the bier, she sings. Hey Nun Nonny, Hey Nonny, and in his grave rained many a tear, and so forth. Whether I should let that go, Mr. Adams. Do you think I should give you the $10 or me the $10? Or...
No, I wouldn't give anything.
Well, I have to give it to Miss Hoops. How about this one? E-I-E-I-O. Where does that line come from? Mr. Sheriff.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Very good. That's right.
How did you know that?
Is that in your book, Mr. Sandberg?
That isn't in the sandbag.
It isn't in the sandbag at all, or in the sandbug? E-I-E-I-O is from the old song, Old MacDonald Had a Farm. That gives us 2 out of 3, not quite enough, so that $10 plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia go out to Miss Hoops. See what you can do on this one, gentlemen. This comes from Miss Mildred Knowles of Waltham, Massachusetts. Describe the change in the physical appearance of each of the following, and tell who or what caused it. I'm going to name 3 characters. The first is the happy hypocrite. The happy hypocrite. This is a tough one.
Was that by Max Beerbohm?
Yep, you got it, Mr. Levant. Now, can you tell us what happened to the happy hypocrite in the story by Max Beerbohm?
I put the book down before I finished it. It's wonderful, though.
It is good, yes. I hope Mr. Beerbohm's listening.
It's a wonderful book.
It is. Well, we agree on that. Well, the change that takes place in the face of the happy hypocrite is this. His sweetheart insists that the man she marries must have the face of a saint who loves dearly, and he's very responsive to her suggestion, and gradually his face changes to resemble a saintly mask that he wears for years. Now, will you finish it, Mr. Levant? Or do you think that sort of outfit?
No, you entranced me with that. I wish you'd finish it. I don't know any more than that. It's lucky I know Max Beerbohm wrote it.
Well, I think that's pretty good, but not quite good enough. Now, what change in the physical appearance, what change took place in the physical appearance of the heroine, Lo Tsen, who appears in Mr. Hilton's book, Lost Horizons? How about that, Mr. Levant?
Well, she became at least antique, practically petrified, ossified, and her hair was something that you didn't want to run your hands through.
Sounds terrible.
Well, she was the oldest girl extant. Well,
Yes,
she became the last word in aged.
That's right. When did that happen?
Yeah,
I mean, in the
when
book.
the picture got too long and they wanted to
about the 8th year, that's right. But when she leaves Shangri-La, both in the book and the picture, her body withers, and also she dies, if I may add that, Mr. Levant.
She should, the way she looked.
Remember the story of the elephant child? What took place in the physical appearance of the elephant child? Remember that? It's a story, suppose is that Sambo? No, it isn't. It's a story by Rudyard Kipling, I think. I think it's a story about how the elephant got his trunk. Well, the crocodile pulled the nose of the elephant's child until the nose, which started as no bigger than a boot, became nearly 5 feet long. We don't seem to have done so well on that one, gentlemen, so that $10 plus the Encyclopedia Britannica go out to Miss Knowles of Waltham, Massachusetts.
Who doesn't need an encyclopedia?
Who doesn't need an encyclopedia? I think we ought to have those encyclopedias sent to the experts this evening. This question, coming from Dr. Charles Brenner of Brookline, Massachusetts, is directed at Mr. Levant. Now, the studio pianist is going to play the left-hand accompaniment to some familiar compositions for the piano. And all Mr. Levant is asked to do is to play the melody. We'll have the first left-hand accompaniment. You'll identify it for us, too, Mr. Levant. All right, Mr. Levant.
Give me that first bar, Joe. Let's go.
Yeah, I know, Joe.
Go ahead. It's the way Dushin plays it, not the way Chopin wrote it.
Go ahead. Very well. And what is the composition, Mr. Levant?
That's the famous Chopin nocturne, which Eddie Dushin has distorted in the last generation. But it was also used in the Guardsman, do you remember?
No, I wouldn't remember.
It became unbearable there, too.
Okay. Now let's have the second one.
That could be anything. Wait a minute.
Anything won't do on this program, Mr. Levant.
Well, that's an A-flat, and it's a waltz so far.
Okay. Dope it out. Let's
localize it, as those doctors say. How many bars have A-flat? The Chopin waltz would be... The second bar changes. Is it A-flat both bars?
I'm way behind. I've lost the train completely, Mr. Levant.
Go ahead. All right.
Got it?
I'm guessing it could be the only other waltz.
Well, what waltz?
Go ahead, do it again.
How about it? Right?
Brahms.
Yes, Brahms. The waltz in
Used for a
A-flat.
bubble dance.
Very good. I gather from the applause of the studio audience, which knows much more about music than I do, that was a pretty tough trick. Let's have the third.
I don't know. That's kind of a little too cute for me. I don't know what that is.
All right. Want to take a try at it?
Well, it could be a lot of things.
It could be a lot of things.
Yeah, it has no special personality.
Want to have it done again?
I don't know.
All right, let's have it. Yes, let's have the whole thing. Sure. Remember it now, Mr. Levant?
It's, I don't even know the name of it. It's by Mendelssohn.
Yes, I think you know it. I think you're kidding me.
They always use that in jazz shows.
Sure, the spring song. You know that.
No.
Yes, sure it is. Well, that's 2 out of 3, and that's all you were required to get, Mr. Levant. Nice going. The next question comes from Quebec, Canada, and was thought up by Mr. L. Morton. Question about weather. You're asked to recite lines of poetry about these kinds of weather. There are 3 kinds: snow, fog, and thunder. Can you give me a line of poetry, or 2 lines, about snow, or using the word snow? Mr. Sandberg.
Snow, the beautiful snow.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's a very. It was probably more often reprinted than any other piece of verse in the late 1850s.
Who wrote it?
1860s. I've forgotten who.
John
Wilkes Booth used to recite it.
Just snow, beautiful. I wonder how they thought all that up.
The snow, the beautiful snow,
Well, it was
filling the earth and the sky below.
Is that right, Mr. Sandberg?
The other way around.
Trust Miss Adams. Very good. That'll do for snow. And, of course, there's another famous line from the French poet Villon, that perhaps all of you recollect. Mr. Adams?
Where are the snows of yesteryear?
Very well said, Mr. Adams. That's
How
quite
about the
right.
Luxad, purest snow?
Yes, that'll do too, Mr. Levant.
And also there was Phoebe Snow of the Anthracite.
They're getting very far afield. I bet a
one.
hat, by the way, speaking of snow and rain, that not one of you can give me the quotation that's on the post office about snow and rain on the New York post office. Do you?
Neither rain nor snow, and so forth.
Ah, but that's not good enough, Mr. Adams. It's a quotation.
Hold these somethings from their rounds.
Do you know, Mr. Sandberg, he's making a hash of it.
Can hold these couriers back. That was all I could find there.
Not snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night saves these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed round. It's a quotation, very beautiful, I think, that's continually distorted by people like Mr. Adams and Mr. Sandberg, who only remember parts of it. By the way, do you know the origin of that quotation? Do you know, Mr. Levant?
Did Jim Farley write that?
No. Bet he wish he did. Well, in another form, rather less elegant than that, it comes from the great Greek historian Herodotus. Now, how about fog? Can you give me a line of poetry about fog, or several lines of poetry about fog? Mr. Sandberg?
A little ridiculous.
Not at all. I bet you're thinking of the poem you wrote about fog.
Yes.
Will you let us have it?
And it's a question.
No, it's a good poem. Very good.
The fog comes on the cat seat.
Yes. Tell us a little more about the fog that comes out of the cat seat, Mr. Sandberg.
It's looking over city and harbor on silent haunches, and then moves on.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberg.
Well, I really have to laugh.
Do you?
I really have to laugh about that thing.
Well, you think that's a very good point?
I was trying to get an interview with a judge of a juvenile court in the Cook County Courthouse in Chicago, and I wrote that in about 5 minutes. And now it's an indispensable item in all the anthologies, and I meet every week 5 or 6 people who know only that out of all I've ever written.
That's very irritating.
That's all that they know out of all that I've written, and the various.
Boy, I'd settle for that.
I think it's one of the best 5 minutes you ever spent, Mr. Sandberg, in spite of the fact that people don't often know many of the other poems. Mr. Adams.
I know a fog one.
All right, let's have it.
It was in the fourth reader.
Mr. Adams knows all the
Dusty and raw was the morning. A fog hung over the seas. When Pablo of San Diego rode down on the inland breeze.
See, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, Mr. Adams.
Ever hear that?
I hope your old fourth-grade teacher is listening in on you this evening, Mr. Adams. What are you going to say, Mr. Levant?
That's a derivative of being in a fog. Pablo was in a fog.
Thanks for explaining it. How about thunder? Can we get a poem, a line of poetry, Mr. Curry?
Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, volley them thunder.
That's a dandy. From Tennyson. Now, Mr. Levant?
How about On the Road to Mandalay?
What's wrong with it?
The dawn broke. I don't know. It's too dramatic. What is it? Came up like thunder?
Mm-hmm.
I always leave after that.
Well, the next line is out of China across the bay. I'd hate to believe ignorant. Yes.
And there's Chris Morley's Thunder on the left.
Is that from a line of poetry, Mr.
No, that's merely the title of
But it may be from some...
title of a novel.
Yes, I know, but it may be a quotation from a line of poetry. I don't know.
Well, Thunder Over the Bronx is a novel, too.
Yes, it's a book, not a novel.
Short story.
Well, we're all right on weather. Now, what can we do with this? Mr. M.A. Wilson of San Francisco, California, asked you to use the titles of books or plays or movies or poems and staff an army with officers of 3 different ranks. For example, The Little Colonel, which is both a book and a movie in which Shirley Temple played, would give us a colonel. Now, you can't use colonel. Let's have 3 other ranks. Mr. Levant had his hand up first.
Captain Miles Standish.
The Courtship of Captain Miles Standish. How about it, Mr. Adams?
No captain of...
No, it's the Courtship of
Well,
Miles
I
Standish.
disappointed him, a captain.
Sorry. Mr. Garrett.
Soldiers 3 by Rudyard Kipling. That's a start.
Yes, but soldier is not a rank. Isn't that a general term? It would have to be a specific rank, you see, like colonel.
Oh, private.
Yes, but they weren't called private 3. Mr. Sandberg, you had your hand up.
Whitman's poem, Captain, My Captain.
Very good. Yes, that gives us 2 captains, really. That's captain. Now let's get 2 more. Mr. Levant.
The general dies at dawn.
Very good. Yes, the name of the movie. That gives us a captain and a general. See if we can get another military grade. Mr. Sandberg.
Generals die in bed.
Yes, I'd like to get off the generals for the moment, if we can. See if we can't get a major or possibly a sergeant.
Sergeant Slade.
That's not the name of a book, though. Mr. Kieran.
The Case of Sergeant Grisha.
Yes, that's a good one. The Case of Sergeant Grisha, a novel by Stefan Zweig.
No, Arnold Zweig. I'm sorry.
By Arnold Zweig. I beg your pardon. You're quite right. That was Mr. Levant doing the literary critic stint. Mr. Adams?
How about Midshipman Ready?
Nothing wrong with it, except it's naval. I wanted military rank. But there's a three. Phyllis Batome once wrote a book called what? Remember? Good book. It appeared in the movies, too. Private World, I think it was. By an extension, we can let that in. All
Major
right.
Barbara, all right.
Pardon?
Major Barbara.
Oh, yes, very good. Major Barbara by George Bernard Shaw. Well, it's time now to check over the cash disbursement. So far, the Stumpers have removed $20 from the Canada Dry kitty. And now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Canada Dry, Mr. Milton Cross.
Thank you. Every week, Mr. Fadiman repeats the true fact that the experts who attempt to answer the information please questions do so spontaneously and without rehearsal. However, the exact opposite is true of the experts who supervise the making of Canada Dry ginger ale. Every minute of the time, they know exactly what's coming next. For Canada Dry has a knowing expert in charge of every step, from the purchasing of the finest ginger in Jamaica to the final action of bottling this delicious beverage. And the result of all this studied preparation and teamwork by the laboratory and bottling experts is the purest and best-tasting ginger ale that money can buy. That's why Canada Dry is the favorite ginger ale in hospitals, hotels, and homes all over the world. Get a supply of Canada Dry as soon as possible. Serve it often in your home so that your family and friends may enjoy ginger ale at its very best.
Mr. Cross, your expert description of the expert's work was delivered in exactly 55 seconds. And now suppose we begin the second half of the program this evening with a very simple question, I think, from Mr. F. Stone of Atlanta, Georgia. Now, you all know it's easy to name flowers with girls' names. I have no doubt you've already thought of Rose, so bright is the group this evening. I'll ask you, however, to name 5 with masculine names or nicknames as part of the flower's name. Let's have at least 5. Mr. Kieran has his hand up first.
Jack in the Pulpit.
Jack in the Pulpit would be a very good one. Mr. Adams had his hand up.
Bachelor's Button.
That would not be the name of a man. It would be the condition of a man rather than the name of a man. We have to have a name. Mr. Sandberg.
Dutchman's Breeches.
Well, I don't think Dutchman is a name. It has to be a name. Mr. Kieran gave us Jack in the Pulpit. Mr. Kieran.
Sweet William.
Sweet William would be another. We have to get 3 more. Oh, you mustn't let Mr. Kieran, our botanist, do all the work for you. Mr. Sandberg, did you have one? Mr. Adams.
Johnny Jump Up.
Is that a flower, Mr. Kieran?
Yes.
Okay, that's 3.
It's like a type of viola, I believe.
Never heard
Isn't
of
that a
any
musical
of these
instrument? That gives us 3. Oh, let me think of Mr. Sandberg.
There's a John of My Dreams or John of My something or other.
Is there really?
Yes.
I don't know. You make it sound very convincing. Would that be right, Mr. Kieran?
What was it?
John of My Dreams?
I don't know.
I think the poetic
I'm not it, anyhow.
I know a fellow named Violet, but that's as far as I can go.
Well, I think maybe that's far enough in some cases.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Kieran.
St. John's Wood. That's a flower. Very
Yes.
common flower.
Very, very true. We've got a great many Johns, Mr. Kieran. Not very modest of you, as a matter of fact. How about Goldenrod? Isn't there a Rod LaRoque in Mr. Levant's motion picture world? Goldenrod would do. Is there something called Wake Robin?
Yes, there is.
Robin.
Trillium.
Robin, yes. Robin is the name of a man. Mr. Sandberg?
Frankincense?
Gee whiz, I think we'll end on that one. All right. Good enough. The next question comes from Seattle, Washington, from Mr. Eric Fennell. How did the following song characters meet their death? Now, you can tell me by singing or by playing, if you wish, or in any way that you wish. Casey Jones, how did he meet his death? Casey Jones. Mr. Kieran.
In a railroad crash.
In a railroad crash. Can you...
2 locomotives gonna bump.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Don't let me interrupt you.
Casey said...
Go ahead, Mr. Kieran.
Just before he died, there's 2 more roads that I'd like to ride.
What are they, babe?
Why, the Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe. The engineer says, what
Can they be?
Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe?
I'd love to have this colloquy continued, Like to hear these songs again, Mr. Sandberg? Aren't they pretty good? I should tell the radio audience, if you don't already know it, Mr. Sandberg is really the expert on this sort of thing. He's just been listening to Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran with a sympathetic smile on his face. How did Johnny meet his death? Mr. Levant.
That's Frankie and Johnny, huh?
I guess so. How did Johnny meet
It was
his
in St. Louis. Shot him in the back.
Yeah. By what kind of a pistol?
I don't know.
Don't know the bore, do you? Mr. Sandberg.
Foo-de-foo.
Foo-de-foo. That's right, Mr. Sandberg. Thank you very much. And how did Miss Otis meet her death? Miss Otis?
What is that, Miss Otis presents?
Regret.
No. Oh, Regret.
I think so, Mr. Levant. Do you know?
She was a bore, evidently.
No, I don't think. Mr. Adams? Don't know that song?
Miss Otis Regret.
Well, you're supposed to get 2 out of 3 on this one. We have gotten 2. She was hanged from a willow tree by a mob. The mob came and got and dragged her from the jail, madam. They strung her upon the old willow across the way. And the moment before she died, she lifted her lovely head. Madam, Miss Otis Regret, she won't be able to lunch today. Remember that? 2 out of 3. You can do with this one. From James W. Burke of North Amherst, Massachusetts. Name the city from which the following famous travelers started their voyages. The first is Gulliver, hero of Gulliver's Travels.
The author started from London.
The author started from London?
Yeah.
So how about Gulliver himself? Started from what port? Matter of fact, he started from 2 different ports and 2 different voyages.
Lilliput.
I beg pardon?
Lilliput.
Lilliput? I think not, Mr. Adams.
No, that was his destination.
That was one of his destinations. He sailed from Bristol. And in another case, he sailed from Portsmouth. That's one wrong. We're supposed to get 2 out of 3 on this. What city did Sinbad start from on his famous voyages? That means Mr. Burke gets $10 plus a set of the encyclopedia. John Bassett of New York City sends in a tricky question involving your knowledge of musical history. Identify each of the following. Who was the first husband of Richard Wagner's second wife? Mr. Levant.
Hans von Bülow.
Yes. And who was his wife?
His wife was Cosima Liszt, originally. Her father was Liszt. I could say something about her birth, but I won't. But she married von Bülow, who was Wagner's, practically his best friend, who conducted, I think, the first performance of Tristan during all this trouble. That's enough.
Yes, and then Wagner practically stole...
he didn't even bother.
Yes, he didn't even bother. By the way, have you musical boys stopped talking about that scandal yet? It's always seemed to me one of the most boring.
It's always good for a bad play, once every 3 years.
Who was the second husband of Napoleon's first wife? The second husband of Napoleon's first wife.
It was a daring thing for him to do, whoever it was.
It's very easy. This is a simple answer to a very simple question. Mr. Sandberg?
Napoleon.
That's quite right, Mr. Sandberg. Thank you. Napoleon's first wife was Josephine Beauharnais, and she had been married, as you can imagine, to a Mr. Beauharnais before she married Napoleon. Now, I'm going to read you, or rather Mr. H. White of Detroit, Michigan sends in this one, and he asks you to see if you can answer this. I'm going to read you the lyric of a familiar song. All I'm going to do is ask you to sing the tune. Here's the lyric. The poor working girl, may heaven protect her, she has such an awfully hard time. The rich man's daughter goes haughtily by, my God, do you wonder at crime? Can you sing the tune? Mr. Sandberg? Have to hurry. Sounds good so far, Mr. Sandberg.
The poor working girl, may heaven protect her. She has such an awfully hard time.
All right, very good. Thanks, Mr. Sandberg. I'm sure you could have continued indefinitely. We've paid out $30 and 3 sets of encyclopedias, and now, Mr. Cross.
The smart host and hostess know that attention to details means so much toward the success of entertaining. For example, The club soda you serve may seem a trifling detail, but believe me, the ill-concealed frowns of disapproval when guests taste your offering can be most embarrassing. That's why sparkling Canada Dry water is such an outstanding favorite. The discriminating host and hostess know that this club soda not only points up the flavor of your favorite drink, but Canada Dry's process called pinpoint carbonation means the sparkling goodness will last. The final sip will be just as fresh and lively as the first. That's why, too, you'll find Canada Dry water served at clubs, hotels, restaurants, and wherever fine beverages are sold. So whenever you entertain, remember sparkling Canada Dry water, the club soda that's full of flavor and life and stays that way. Now here's Mr. Fathom.
Thanks, Mr. Sandberg, for coming down this evening. And next week, Mr. Chern and Mr. Adams will be with us. And as our guest, Mr. Christopher Morley, the author of the recently published novel Kitty Foyle, and Marquis James, author of the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography of Andrew Jackson and other distinguished works. To our listeners, we say, please send your questions along. If you have a stumper, let's have it. There are $5 in it for you if we use the question, and if you stump the experts, you get another 10 and a complete set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. So you can win this new prize in addition to $15. Send your letters with questions and the correct answers to Information, please, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. Remember, Canada Dry Ginger Ale, Sparkling Water, Tom Collins Mixer, and Lime Ricky come in convenient sizes. Why don't you check your supply right away? The large family size is economical, costing only 15 cents plus bottle deposit. This is Milton Cross saying good night for Canada Dry until next week at this time.
The Ballad of the White Horse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, July 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Prefatory Note and Dedication. Prefatory Note to the First Edition. This ballad needs no historical notes, for the simple reason that it does not profess to be historical. All of it that is not frankly fictitious, as in any prose romance about the past, is meant to emphasize tradition rather than history. King Alfred is not a legend in the sense that King Arthur may be a legend, that is, in the sense that he may possibly be a lie. But King Alfred is a legend in this broader and more human sense, that the legends are the most important things about him. The cult of Alfred was a popular cult, from the darkness of the 9th century to the deepening twilight of the 20th. It is wholly as a popular legend that I deal with him here. I write as one ignorant of everything, except that I have found the legend of a king of Wessex still alive in the land. I will give 3 curt cases of what I mean. A tradition connects the ultimate victory of Alfred with the valley in Berkshire called the Vale of the White Horse. I have seen doubts of the tradition, which may be valid doubts. I do not know when or where the story started. It is enough that it started somewhere and ended with me, for I only seek to write upon a hearsay, as the old balladists did. For the second case, there is a popular tale that Alfred played the harp and sang in the Danish camp. I select it because it is a popular tale, at whatever time it arose. For the third case, there is a popular tale that Alfred came in contact with a woman and cakes. I select it because it is a popular tale, because it is a vulgar one. It has been disputed by grave historians, who were, I think, a little too grave to be good judges of it. The 2 chief charges against the story are that it was first recorded long after Alfred's death, and that, as Mr. Oman urges, Alfred never really wandered all alone without any thanes or soldiers. Both these objections might possibly be met. It has taken us nearly as long to learn the whole truth about Byron, and perhaps longer to learn the whole truth about Pepys, than elapsed between Alfred and the first writing of such tales. As for the other objection, do the historians really think that Alfred after Wilton, or Napoleon after Leipzig, never walked about in a wood by himself for the matter of an hour or 2? 10 minutes might be made sufficient for the essence of the story. But I am not concerned to prove the truth of these popular traditions. It is enough for me to maintain two things: that they are popular traditions, and that without these popular traditions we should have bothered about Alfred about as much as we bother about Edwig. One other consideration needs a note. Alfred has come down to us in the best way, that is by national legends, solely for the same reason as Arthur and Roland and the other giants of that darkness, because he fought for the Christian civilization against the heathen nihilism. But since this work was really done by generation after generation, by the Romans before they withdrew, and by the Britons while they remained, I have summarized this first crusade in a triple symbol, and given to a fictitious Roman, Celt, and Saxon a part in the glory of Ethandune. I fancy that in fact Alfred's Wessex was of very mixed bloods, but in any case it is the chief value of legend to mix up the centuries while preserving the sentiment, to see all ages in a sort of splendid foreshortening. That is the use of tradition. It telescopes history. G.K.C. End of prefatory note. Dedication. To my wife. Of great limbs gone to chaos, a great face turned to night, why bend above a shapeless shroud, seeking in such archaic cloud sight of strong lords and light? Where 7 sunken Englands lie buried one by one, why should one idle spade, I wonder, shake up the dust of thanes like thunder, to smoke and choke the sun? In cloud of clay so cast to heaven, what shape shall man discern? These lords may light the mystery of mastery or victory, and these ride high in history, but these shall not return. Gored on the Norman gonfalon, the golden dragon died. We shall not wake with ballad strings the good time of the smaller things. We shall not see the holy kings ride down by Severn side. Stiff, strange, and quaintly coloured as the broidery of Bayeux, the England of that dawn remains, and this of Alfred and the Danes seems like the tales a whole tribe feigns too English to be true. Of a good king on an island, that ruled once on a time, and as he walked by an apple tree, there came green devils out of the sea, with sea plants trailing heavily, and tracks of opal slime. Yet Alfred is no fairy tale. His days as our days ran. He also looked forth for an hour on peopled plains and skies that lower from those few windows in the tower that is the head of a man. But who shall look from Alfred's hood, or breathe his breath alive? His century, like a small dark cloud, drifts far. It is an eyeless crowd, where the tortured trumpets scream aloud, and the dense arrows drive. Lady, by one light only, we look from Alfred's eyes. We know he saw athwart the wreck the sign that hangs about your neck, where one more than Melchizedek is dead and never dies. Therefore I bring these rhymes to you, who brought the cross to me, since on you flaming without flaw I saw the sign that Guthrum saw, when he let break his ships of awe, and laid peace on the sea. Do you remember when we went under a dragon moon, and mid volcanic tints of night walked where they fought the unknown fight, and saw black trees on the battle height, black thorn on Ethandune? And I thought, I will go with you, as man with God has gone, and wander with a wandering star, the wandering heart of things that are, the fiery cross of love and war, that like yourself goes on. O go you onward, where you are shall honour and laughter be, past purpled forest and pearled foam, God's winged pavilion free to roam, your face, that is a wandering home, a flying home for me. Ride through the silent earthquake lands, wide as a waste is wide, across these days like deserts when pride and a little scratching pen have dried and split the hearts of men. Heart of the heroes, ride. Up through an empty house of stars, being what heart you are, up the inhuman steeps of space, as on a staircase go in grace, carrying the firelight on your face beyond the loneliest star. Take these, in memory of the hour we strayed a space from home, and saw the smoke-hued hamlets quaint with Westland king and Westland saint, and watched the western glory faint along the road to Frome. G.K.C. End of dedication. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1. The Vision of the King. Before the gods that made the gods had seen their sunrise pass, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was cut out of the grass. Before the gods that made the gods had drunk at dawn their fill, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was hoary on the hill. Age beyond age on British lands, eons on eons gone, was peace and war in western hills, and the white horse looked on. For the white horse knew England when there was none to know. He saw the first oar break or bend. He saw heaven fall and the world end. O God, how long ago! For the end of the world was long ago, and all we dwell today as children of some second birth, like a strange people left on earth after a judgment day. For the end of the world was long ago, when the ends of the world waxed free, when Rome was sunk in a waste of slaves, and the sun drowned in the sea. When Caesar's sun fell out of the sky, and whoso hearkened right could only hear the plunging of the nations in the night. When the ends of the earth came marching in to torch and cresset gleam, and the roads of the world that lead to Rome were filled with faces that moved like foam, like faces in a dream. And men rode out of the eastern lands, broad river and burning plain, trees that are Titan flowers to see, and tiger skies striped horribly with tints of tropic rain, where Ind's enamelled peaks arise around that inmost one, where ancient eagles on its brink, vast as archangels, gather and drink the sacraments of the sun. And men break out of the northern lands, enormous lands alone, where a spell is laid upon life and lust, and the rain is changed to a silver dust, and the sea to a great green stone. And a shape that moveth murkily in mirrors of ice and night hath blanched with fear all beasts and birds, as death and a shock of evil words blast a man's hair with white. And the cry of the palms and the purple moons, or the cry of the frost and foam, swept ever around an inmost place, and the din of distant race on race cried and replied round Rome. And there was death on the emperor, and night upon the pope, and Alfred, hiding in deep grass, hardened his heart with hope. A sea-folk blinder than the sea broke all about his land, but Alfred up against them bare, and gripped the ground and grasped the air, staggered and strove to stand. He bent them back with spear and spade, with desperate dike and wall, with foemen leaning on his shield, and roaring on him when he reeled, and no help came at all. He broke them with a broken sword a little towards the sea, and for 1 hour of panting peace, ringed with a roar that would not cease, with golden crown and girded fleece, made laws under a tree. The Northmen came about our land, a Christless chivalry, who knew not of the arch or pen, great, beautiful, half-witted men from the sunrise and the sea. Misshapen ships stood on the deep, full of strange gold and fire, and hairy men as huge as sin, with horned heads came wading in through the long low sea mire. Our towns were shaken of tall kings, with scarlet beards like blood. The world turned empty where they trod. They took the kindly cross of God, and cut it up for wood. Their souls were drifting as the sea, and all good towns and lands they only saw with heavy eyes, and broke with heavy hands. Their gods were sadder than the sea, gods of a wandering will, who cried for blood like beasts at night, sadly from hill to hill. They seemed as trees walking the earth, as witless and as tall, yet they took hold upon the heavens, and no help came at all. They bred like birds in English woods, they rooted like the rose, when Alfred came to Athelney, to hide him from their bows. There was not English armour left, nor any English thing, when Alfred came to Athelney, to be an English king. For earthquake swallowing earthquake, uprent the Wessex tree. The whirlpool of the pagan sway had swirled his sires as sticks away when a flood smites the sea. And the great kings of Wessex wearied and sank in gore, and even their ghosts in that great stress grew greyer and greyer, less and less, with the lords that died in Lyonnesse, and the king that comes no more. And the god of the golden dragon was dumb upon his throne, and the lord of the golden dragon ran in the woods alone. And if ever he climbed the crest of luck, and set the flag before, returning as a wheel returns, came ruin and the rain that burns, and all began once more. And naught was left King Alfred but shameful tears of rage, in the island, in the river, in the end of all his age. In the island, in the river, he was broken to his knee, and he read, writ with an iron pen, that God had wearied of Wessex men, and given their country, field and fen, to the devils of the sea. And he saw in a tiny picture, tiny and far away, his mother sitting in Egbert's hall, and a book she showed him very small, where a sapphire Mary sat in stall, with a golden Christ at play. It was wrought in the monk's slow manner, from silver and sanguine shell, where the scenes are little and terrible, keyholes of heaven and hell. In the river island of Athelney, with the river running past, in colours of such simple creed, all things sprang at him, sun and weed, till the grass grew to be grass indeed, and the tree was a tree at last. Fearfully plain the flowers grew, like the child's book to read, or like a friend's face seen in a glass. He looked, and there Our Lady was. She stood and stroked the tall live grass, as a man strokes his steed. Her face was like an open word, when brave men speak and choose. The very colours of her coat were better than good news. She spoke not, nor turned not, nor any sign she cast, only she stood up straight and free, between the flowers in Athelney, and the river running past. One dim ancestral jewel hung on his ruined armour grey. He rent and cast it at her feet, where after centuries with slow feet men came from hall and school and street, and found it where it lay. Mother of God, the wanderer said, I am but a common king, nor will I ask what saints may ask, to see a secret thing. The gates of heaven are fearful gates, worse than the gates of hell, nor would I break the splendours barred, or seek to know the things they guard, which is too good to tell. But for this earth most pitiful, this little land I know, if that which is for ever is, or if our hearts should break with bliss, seeing the stranger go. When our last bow is broken, Queen, and our last javelin cast, under some sad green evening sky, holding a ruined cross on high, under warm westland grass to lie, shall we come home at last? And a voice came, human but high up, like a cottage climbed among the clouds, or a serf of hut and croft, that sits by his hovel fire as oft, but hears on his old bare roof aloft a belfry burst in song. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gain. The heaviest hind may easily come silently and suddenly upon me in a lane, and any little maid that walks in good thoughts apart may break the guard of the three kings, and see the dear and dreadful things I hid within my heart. The meanest man in grey fields gone behind the set of sun heareth between star and other star through the door of the darkness fallen ajar, the counsel, eldest of things that are, the talk of the three in one. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gold. Men may uproot where worlds begin, or read the name of the nameless sin, but if he fail, or if he win, to no good man is told. The men of the East may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The men of the East may search the scrolls for sure fates and fame, but the men that drink the blood of God go singing to their shame. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. The wise men know all evil things under the twisted trees, where the perverse in pleasure pine, and men are weary of green wine, and sick of crimson seas. But you, and all the kind of Christ, are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause? Yea, faith without a hope? Even as she spoke she was not, nor any word said he. He only heard, still as he stood, under the old knight's nodding hood, the sea-folk breaking down the wood, like a high tide from sea. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and bleak, singing about some cruel thing, done by a great and smiling king in daylight on a deck. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and blind, singing what shameful things are done between the sunlit sea and the sun, when the land is left behind. End of Book 1. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2. The Gathering of the Chiefs. Up across windy wastes and up went Alfred over the shaws, shaken of the joy of giants, the joy without a cause. In the slopes away to the western bays, where blows not ever a tree, he washed his soul in the west wind, and his body in the sea. And he set to rhyme his ale measures, and he sang aloud his laws, because of the joy of the giants, the joy without a cause. For the king went gathering Wessex men, as grain out of the chaff, the few that were alive to die, laughing as littered skulls that lie, after lost battles turn to the sky an everlasting laugh. The king went gathering Christian men, as wheat out of the husk, Eldred, the franklin by the sea, and Mark, the man from Italy, and Colin of the sacred tree, from the old tribe on Usk. The rook croaked homeward heavily, the west was clear and warm, the smoke of evening food and ease rose like a blue tree in the trees when he came to Eldred's farm. But Eldred's farm was fallen awry, like an old cripple's bones, and Eldred's tools were red with rust, and on his well was a green crust, and purple thistles upward thrust between the kitchen stones. But smoke of some good feasting went upwards evermore, and Eldred's doors stood wide apart, for loitering foot or labouring cart, and Eldred's great and foolish heart stood open like his door. A mighty man was Eldred, a bulk for casks to fill, his face a dreaming furnace, his body a walking hill. In the old wars of Wessex his sword had sunken deep, but all his friends, he sighed and said, were broken about Ethelred, and between the deep drink and the dead he had fallen upon sleep. "Come not to me, King Alfred, save always for the ale. Why should my harmless hinds be slain, because the chiefs cry once again, as in all fights, that we shall gain, and in all fights we fail? Your skalds still thunder and prophesy that crown that never comes. Friend, I will watch the certain things, swine and slow moons like silver rings, and the ripening of the plums." And Alfred answered, drinking, and gravely, without blame, "Nor bear I boast of skald or king, the thing I bear is a lesser thing, but comes in a better name. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, more than the doors of doom, I call the muster of Wessex men, from grassy hamlet or ditch or den, to break and be broken, God knows when, but I have seen for whom. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, like a little word come I, for I go gathering Christian men, from sunken paving and ford and fen, to die in a battle God knows when, by God but I know why. And this is the word of Mary, the word of the world's desire. No more of comfort shall ye get, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher." Then silence sank, and slowly arose the sea-land lord. Like some vast beast for mystery, he filled the room and porch and sky, and from a cobwebbed nail on high unhooked his heavy sword. Up on the shrill sea downs and up went Alfred all alone, turning but once ere the door was shut, shouting to Eldred over his butt that he bring all spears to the woodman's hut, hewn under Egbert's stone. And he turned his back and broke the fern, and fought the moths of dusk, and went on his way for other friends, friends fallen of all the wide world's ends, from Rome that wrath and pardon sends, and the grey tribes on Usk. He saw gigantic tracks of death, and many a shape of doom, good steadings to grey ashes gone, and a monk's house white like a skeleton in the grey crypt of the combe. And in many a Roman villa earth and her ivies eat, saw coloured pavements sink and fade in flowers, and the windy colonnade like the spectre of a street. But the cold stars clustered among the cold pines, ere he was half on his pilgrimage over the western lines. And the white dawn widened ere he came to the last pine, where Mark, the man from Italy, still made the Christian sign. The long farm lay on the large hillside, flat like a painted plan, and by the side the low white house, where dwelt the Southland man. A bronzed man, with a bird's bright eye, and a strong bird's beak and brow. His skin was brown like buried gold, and of certain of his sires was told that they came in the shining ship of old, with Caesar in the prow. His fruit trees stood like soldiers, drilled in a straight line. His strange stiff olives did not fail, and all the kings of the earth drank ale, but he drank wine. Wide over wasted British plains stood never an arch or dome, only the trees to toss and reel, the tribes to bicker, the beasts to squeal. But the eyes in his head were strong like steel, and his soul remembered Rome. Then Alfred of the lonely spear lifted his lion head, and fronted with the Italian's eye, asking him of his whence and why, King Alfred stood and said, "I am that oft-defeated king, whose failure fills the land, who fled before the Danes of old, who chaffered with the Danes with gold, who now upon the Wessex wold hardly has feet to stand. But out of the mouth of the Mother of God I have seen the truth like fire, this, that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher." Long looked the Roman on the land, the trees as golden crowns, blazed drenched with dawn and dew impearled, while faintlier coloured, freshlier curled, the clouds from underneath the world stood up over the downs. "These vines be ropes that drag me hard," he said. "I go not far. Where would you meet? For you must hold half Wiltshire, and the White Horse Wold, and the Thames bank to Owensfold, if Wessex goes to war. Guthrum sits strong on either bank, and you must press his lines, inwards and eastward drive him down. I doubt if you shall take the crown till you have taken London town. For me, I have the vines. If each man on the judgment day meet God on a plain alone, said Alfred, I will speak for you, as for myself, and call it true, that you brought all fighting folk you knew, lined under Egbert's stone. Though I be in the dust ere then, I know where you will be. And shouldering suddenly his spear, he faded like some elfin fear, where the tall pines ran up, tier on tier, tree over toppling tree. He shouldered his spear at morning, and laughed to lay it on. But he leaned on his spear as on a staff, with might and little mood to laugh, or ever he sighted chick or calf, of Colan of Caerleon. For the man dwelt in a lost land, of boulders and broken men, in a great grey cave far off to south, where a thick green forest stopped the mouth, giving darkness in his den. Man was come like a shadow from the shadow of druid trees, where Usk with mighty murmurings past Caerleon of the fallen kings goes out to ghostly seas. Last of a race in ruin, he spoke the speech of the Gaels. His kin were in holy Ireland, or up in the crags of Wales. But his soul stood with his mother's folk, that were of the rain-wrapped isle, where Patrick and Brandon Westerly looked out at last on a landless sea and the sun's last smile. His harp was carved and cunning, as the Celtic craftsman makes, graven all over with twisting shapes, like many headless snakes. His harp was carved and cunning, his sword prompt and sharp, and he was gay when he held the sword, sad when he held the harp. For the great Gaels of Ireland are the men that God made mad, for all their wars are merry, and all their songs are sad. He kept the Roman order, he made the Christian sign, but his eyes grew often blind and bright, and the sea that rose in the rocks at night rose to his head like wine. He made the sign of the cross of God, he knew the Roman prayer, but he had unreason in his heart, because of the gods that were. Even they that walked on the high cliffs, high as the clouds were then, gods of unbearable beauty, that broke the hearts of men, and whether in seat or saddle, whether with frown or smile, whether at feast or fight was he heard the noise of a nameless sea on an undiscovered isle. Lifting the great green ivy, and the great spear lowering, one said, I am Alfred of Wessex, and I am a conquered king. And the man of the cave made answer, and his eyes were stars of scorn, and better kings were conquered, or ever your sires were born. What goddess was your mother, what fay your breed begot, that you should not die with Uther and Arthur and Lancelot? But when you win you brag and blow, and when you lose you rail. Army of Eastland yokels, not strong enough to fail. I bring not boast or railing, spake Alfred, not in ire. I bring of Our Lady a lesson set, this, that our sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then Colan of the sacred tree tossed his black mane on high, and cried as rigidly he rose, And if the sea and sky be foes, we will tame the sea and sky. Smiled Alfred, seek ye a fable more dizzy and more dread than all your mad barbarian tales where the sky stands on its head? A tale where a man looks down on the sky that has long looked down on him, a tale where a man can swallow a sea that might swallow the seraphim. Bring to the hut by Egbert's stone all bills and bows ye have. And Alfred strode off rapidly, and Colan of the sacred tree went slowly to his cave. End of Book 2. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 3. The Harp of Alfred. In a tree that yawned and twisted, the king's few goods were flung, a mass-book mildewed, line by line, and weapons and a skin of wine, and an old harp unstrung. By the yawning tree in the twilight, The king unbound his sword, severed the harp of all his goods, and there in the cool and soundless woods sounded a single chord. Then laughed, and watched the finches flash, the sullen flies and swarm, and went unarmed over the hills with a harp upon his arm, until he came to the White Horse Vale, and saw across the plains, in the twilight high and far and fell, like the fiery terraces of hell, the campfires of the Danes, the fires of the great army that was made of iron men, whose lights of sacrilege and scorn ran around England red as morn, fires over Glastonbury thorn, fires out on Ely fen. And as he went by White Horse Vale, he saw lie wan and wide the old horse graven, God knows when, by gods or beasts or what things then walked a new world instead of men, and scrawled on the hillside. And when he came to White Horse Down, the great White Horse was grey, for it was ill scoured of the weed, and lichen and thorn could crawl and feed, since the foes of settled house and creed had swept old works away. King Alfred gazed all sorrowful at thistle and mosses grey, till a rally of Danes with shield and bill rolled drunk over the dome of the hill, and hearing of his harp and skill, they dragged him to their play. And as they went through the high green grass, they roared like the great green sea, but when they came to the red campfire, they were silent suddenly. And as they went up the wastes away, they went reeling to and fro, but when they came to the red campfire, they stood all in a row. For golden in the firelight, with a smile carved on his lips, and a beard curled right cunningly, was Guthrum of the northern sea, the emperor of the ships. With 3 great earls King Guthrum went the rounds from fire to fire, with Harold, nephew of the king, and Ogier of the stone and sling, and Elf, whose gold lute had a string that sighed like all desire. The earls of the great army, that no man born could tire, whose flames anear him or aloof took hold of towers or walls of proof, fire over Glastonbury roof, and out on Ely fire. And Guthrum heard the soldier's tale, and bade the stranger play, not harshly, but as one on high, on a marble pillar in the sky, who sees all folk that live and die, pigmy and far away. And Alfred, king of Wessex, looked on his conqueror, and his hands hardened, but he played, and leaving all later hates unsaid, he sang of some old British raid on the wild west march of yore. He sang of war in the warm wet shires, where rain nor fruitage fails, where England of the motley states deepens like a garden to the gates in the purple walls of Wales. He sang of the seas of savage heads, and the seas and seas of spears, boiling all over Offa's dike, what time a Wessex club could strike the kings of the mountaineers, till Harold laughed and snatched the harp, the kinsman of the king, a big youth, beardless like a child, whom the new wine of war sent wild, smote and began to sing. And he cried of the ships as eagles that circle fiercely and fly, and sweep the seas and strike the towns from Cyprus round to Skye. How swiftly and with peril they gather all good things, the high horns of the forest beasts, or the secret stones of kings. For Rome was given to rule the world, and gat of it little joy, but we shall enjoy the world, the whole huge world a toy, great wine like blood from Burgundy, cloaks like the clouds from Tyre, and marble like solid moonlight, and gold like frozen fire, smells that a man might swill in a cup, stones that a man might eat, and the great smooth women like ivory that the Turks sell in the street. He sang the throne of the thief of the world, and the gods that love the thief, and he yelled aloud at the cloister yards, where men go gathering grief. Well have you sung, O stranger, of death on the dike in Wales. Your chief was a bracelet giver, but the red unbroken river of a race runs not for ever, but suddenly it fails. Doubtless your sires were sword-swingers, when they waded fresh from foam, before they were turned to women by the god of the nails from Rome. But since you bent to the shaven men, who neither lust nor smite, thunder of Thor, we hunt you, a hare on the mountain height. King Guthrum smiled a little, and said, It is enough. Nephew, let elf retune the string. A boy must needs like bellowing, but the old ears of a careful king are glad of songs less rough. Blue-eyed was Elf the minstrel, with womanish hair and ring, yet heavy was his hand on sword, though light upon the string. And as he stirred the strings of the harp, to notes but 4 or 5, the heart of each man moved in him like a babe buried alive. And they felt the land of the folk-songs spread southward of the Dane, and they heard the good Rhine flowing in the heart of all Alamein. They felt the land of the folk-songs, where the gifts hang on the tree, where the girls give ale at morning, and the tears come easily. The mighty people, woman-like, that have pleasure in their pain, as he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens loved in vain. As he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens could not save, till the world was like a sea of tears, and every soul a wave. There is always a thing forgotten, when all the world goes well, a thing forgotten as long ago, when the gods forgot the mistletoe, and soundless as an arrow of snow the arrow of anguish fell. The thing on the blind side of the heart, on the wrong side of the door. The green plant groweth, menacing, almighty lovers in the spring. There is always a forgotten thing, and love is not secure. And all that sat by the fire were sad, save Ogier, who was stern, and his eyes hardened even to stones as he took the harp in turn. Earl Ogier of the stone and sling was odd to ear and sight. Old he was, but his locks were red, and jests were all the words he said, yet he was sad at board and bed, and savage in the fight. You sing of the young gods easily in the days when you are young, but I go smelling yew and sods, and I know there are gods behind the gods, gods that are best unsung. And a man grows ugly for women, and a man grows dull with ale. Well, if he find in his soul at last fury, that does not fail. The wrath of the gods behind the gods, who would rend all gods and men. Well, if the old man's heart hath still wheels sped of rage and roaring will, like cataracts to break down and kill, well for the old man then. While there is one tall shrine to shake, or one live man to rend, for the wrath of the gods behind the gods, who are weary to make an end. There lives one moment for a man when the door at his shoulder shakes, when the taut rope parts under the pull, and the barest branch is beautiful, one moment while it breaks. So rides my soul upon the sea that drinks the howling ships, though in black jest it bows and nods, under the moons with silver rods, I know it is roaring at the gods, waiting the last eclipse. And in the last eclipse the sea shall stand up like a tower, above all moons made dark and riven, hold up its foaming head to heaven, and laugh, knowing its hour. And the high ones in the happy town, propped of the planets 7, shall know a new light in the mind, a noise about them and behind, shall hear an awful voice and find foam in the courts of heaven. And you that sit by the fire are young, and true loves wait for you. But the king and I grow old, and hate alone is true. And Guthrum shook his head but smiled, for he was a mighty clerk, and had read lines in the Latin books when all the north was dark. He said, I am older than you, Ogier. Not all things would I rend, for whether life be bad or good, it is best to abide the end. He took the great harp wearily, even Guthrum of the Danes, with wide eyes bright as the one long day on the long polar plains. For he sang of a wheel returning, and the mire trod back to mire, and how red hells and golden heavens are castles in the fire. It is good to sit where the good tales go, to sit as our fathers sat. But the hour shall come after his youth, when a man shall know not tales but truth, and his heart fail thereat. When he shall read what is written, so plain in clouds and clods, when he shall hunger without hope, even for evil gods. For this is a heavy matter, and the truth is cold to tell. Do we not know, have we not heard, the soul is like a lost bird, the body a broken shell. And a man hopes, being ignorant, till in white woods apart he finds at last the lost bird dead, and a man may still lift up his head, but never more his heart. there comes no noise but weeping out of the ancient sky, and a tear is in the tiniest flower, because the gods must die. The little brooks are very sweet, like a girl's ribbon curled, but the great sea is bitter that washes all the world. Strong are the Roman roses, or the free flowers of the heath, but every flower, like a flower of the sea, smelleth with the salt of death. And the heart of the locked battle is the happiest place for men, where shrieking souls as shafts go by, and many have died, and all may die. Though this word be a mystery, death is most distant then. Death blazes bright above the cup, and clear above the crown, but in that dream of battle we seem to tread it down. Wherefore I am a great king, and waste the world in vain, because man hath not other power, save that in dealing death for dower he may forget it for an hour, to remember it again. And slowly his hands and thoughtfully fell from the lifted lyre, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, till Alfred caught it to his knees, and smote it as in ire. He heaved the head of the harp on high, and swept the framework barred, and his stroke had all the rattle and spark of horses flying hard. When God put man in a garden, he girt him with a sword, and sent him forth a free knight, that might betray his lord. He brake him, and betrayed him, and fast and far he fell, till you and I may stretch our necks, and burn our beards in hell. But though I lie on the floor of the world, with the 7 sins for rods, I would rather fall with Adam, than rise with all your gods. What have the strong gods given? Where have the glad gods led, when Guthrum sits on a hero's throne, and asks if he is dead? Sirs, I am but a nameless man, a rhymester without home, yet since I come of the Wessex clay, and carry the cross of Rome, I will even answer the mighty Earl, that asked of Wessex men, why they be meek and monkish folk, and bow to the white lord's broken yoke. What sign have we, save blood and smoke? Here is my answer then, that on you is fallen the shadow, and not upon the name, that though we scatter, and though we fly, and you hang over us like the sky, you are more tired of victory than we are tired of shame. That though you hunt the Christian man like a hare on the hillside, the hare has still more heart to run than you have heart to ride. That though all lances split on you, all swords be heaved in vain, we have more lust again to lose than you to win again. Your lord sits high in the saddle, a broken-hearted king, but our King Alfred, lost from fame, fallen among foes or bonds of shame, in I know not what mean trade or name, has still some song to sing. Our monks go robed in rain and snow, but the heart of flame therein. But you go clothed in feasts and flames, when all is ice within. Nor shall all iron dooms make dumb men wondering ceaselessly, if it be not better to fast for joy than feast for misery. Nor monkish order only slides down as fields to fen. All things achieved and chosen pass, as the white horse fades in the grass, no work of Christian men. Ere the sad gods that made your gods saw their sad sunrise pass, the white horse of the white horse vale that you have left to darken and fail was cut out of the grass. Therefore your end is on you and your kings, not for a fire in Ely fen, not that your gods are 9 or 10, but because it is only Christian men guard even heathen things. For our God hath blessed creation, calling it good. I know what spirit with whom you blindly band hath blessed destruction with his hand. Yet by God's death the stars shall stand, and the small apples grow. And the king, with harp on shoulder, stood up and ceased his song, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, and the Danes laughed loud and long. End of Book 3. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 4. The Woman in the Forest. Thick thunder of the snorting swine, enormous in the gloam, rending among all roots that cling, and the wild horses whinnying, were the night's noises when the king, shouldering his harp, went home. With eyes of owl and feet of fox, full of all thoughts he went. He marked the tilt of the pagan camp, the paling of pine, the sentry's tramp, and the one great stolen altar lamp over Guthrum in his tent. By scrub and thorn and Ethandune that night the foe had lain, whence ran across the heather grey the old stones of a Roman way, and in a wood not far away the pale road split in twain. He marked the wood and the cloven ways with an old captain's eyes, and he thought how many a time had he sought to see doom he could not see, how ruin had come, and victory, and both were a surprise. Even so had he watched and wondered under Ashdown from the plains, with Ethelred praying in his tent, till the white hawthorn swung and bent, as Alfred rushed his spears and rent the shield-wall of the Danes. Even so had he watched and wondered, knowing neither less nor more, till all his lords lay dying, and axes on axes plying, flung him and drove him flying like a pirate to the shore. Wise he had been before defeat, and wise before success, wise in both hours, and ignorant, knowing neither more nor less. As he went down to the river hut, he knew a nightshade scent. Owls did as evil cherubs rise, with little wings and lantern eyes, as though he sank through the under skies, but down and down he went. As he went down to the river hut, he went as one that fell, seeing the high forest domes and spars, dim green or torn with golden scars, as the proud look up at the evil stars in the red heavens of hell. For he must meet by the river hut them he had bidden to arm, Mark from the towers of Italy, and Colan of the sacred tree, and Eldred, who beside the sea held heavily his farm. The roof leaned gaping to the grass, as a monstrous mushroom lies. Echoing and empty seemed the place, but opened in a little space a great grey woman with scarred face and strong and humbled eyes. King Alfred was but a meagre man, bright-eyed but lean and pale, and swordless. With his harp and rags he seemed a beggar such as lags looking for crusts and ale. And the woman, with a woman's eyes of pity at once and ire, said, when that she had glared a span, "There is a cake for any man if he will watch the fire." And Alfred, bowing heavily, sat down the fire to stir, and even as the woman pitied him, so did he pity her, saying, "O great heart in the night, O best cast forth for worst, twilight shall melt and morning stir, and no kind thing shall come to her, till God shall turn the world over, and all the last are first. And well may God with the serving folk cast in his dreadful lot. Is not he too a servant, and is not he forgot? For was not God my gardener, and silent like a slave, that opened oaks on the uplands, or thicket in graveyard gave? And was not God my armourer, all patient and unpaid, that sealed my skull as a helmet, and ribs for hauberk made? Did not a great grey servant of all my sires and me build this pavilion of the pines, and herd the fowls and fill the vines, and labour and pass and leave no signs, save mercy and mystery? For God is a great servant, and rose before the day, from some primordial slumber torn, but all we living later born sleep on and rise after the morn, and the Lord has gone away. On things half sprung from sleeping, all sleepy suns have shone. They stretch stiff arms, the yawning trees, the beasts blink upon hands and knees. Man is awake and does and sees, but heaven has done and gone. For who shall guess the good riddle, or speak of the holiest, save in faint figures and failing words? Who loves, yet laughs among the swords, labours and is at rest? But some see God like Guthrum, crowned with a great beard curled, but I see God like a good giant, that labouring lifts the world. Wherefore was God in Golgotha, slain as a serf is slain, and hate he had of prince and peer, and love he had, and made good cheer of them that, like this woman here, go powerfully in pain. But in this grey morn of man's life cometh sometime to the mind a little light that leaps and flies like a star blown on the wind. A star of nowhere, a nameless star, a light that spins and swirls, and cries that even in hedge and hill, even on earth it may go ill at last with the evil earls. A dancing sparkle, a doubtful star, on the waste wind whirled and driven, but it seems to sing of a wilder worth, a time discrowned of doom and birth, and the kingdom of the poor on earth come as it is in heaven. But even though such days endure, how shall it profit her, who shall go mourning to the grave, with many a meek and mighty slave, field-breaker and fisher on the wave, and woodman and waggoner? Bake ye the big world all again, a cake with kinder leaven, yet these are sorry evermore, unless there be a little door in heaven. And as he wept for the woman, he let her business be, and like his royal oath and rash, the good food fell upon the ash, and blackened instantly. Screaming, the woman caught a cake yet burning from the bar, and struck him suddenly on the face, leaving a scarlet scar. King Alfred stood up wordless, a man dead with surprise, and torture stood, and the evil things that are in the childish hearts of kings an instant in his eyes. And even as he stood and stared, drew round him in the dusk those friends creeping from far-off farms, Marcus with all his slaves in arms, and the strange spears hung with ancient charms of Colin of the Usk. With one whole farm marching afoot, the trampled road resounds, farm-hands and farm-beasts blundering by, and jars of mead and stores of rye, where Eldred strode above his high and thunder-throated hounds. And grey cattle and silver lowed against the unlifted morn, and straw clung to the spear-shafts tall, and a boy went before them all, blowing a ram's horn. As mocking such rude revelry, the dim clan of the Gael came like a bad king's burial end, with dismal robes that drop and rend, and demon pipes that wail, in long outlandish garments, torn, though of antique worth, with druid beards and druid spears, as a resurrected race appears out of an elder earth. And though the king had called them forth, and knew them for his own, so still each eye stood like a gem, so spectral hung each broidered hem, grey carven men he fancied them, hewn in an age of stone. And the two wild peoples of the north stood fronting in the gloam, and heard and knew each in its mind the third great thunder on the wind, the living walls that hedge mankind, the walking walls of Rome. Marks were the mixed tribes of the west, of many a hue and strain, Gurth with rank hair like yellow grass, and the Cornish fisher, Gorlias, and Halmer come from his first mass, lately baptized, a Dane. But like one man in armour, those hundreds trod the field. From red Arabia to the Tyne, the earth had heard that marching line, since the cry on the hill Capitoline, and the fall of the golden shield. And the earth shook, and the king stood still under the greenwood bough, and the smoking cake lay at his feet, and the blow was on his brow. Then Alfred laughed out suddenly, like thunder in the spring, till shook aloud the lintel beams, and the squirrels stirred in dusty dreams, and the startled birds went up in streams for the laughter of the king. The giant laughter of Christian men, that roars through 1,000 tales, where greed is an ape, and pride is an ass, and Jack's away with his master's lass, and the miser is banged with all his brass, the farmer with all his flails. Tales that tumble, and tales that trick, yet end not all in scorning, of kings and clowns in a merry plight, and the clock gone wrong, and the world gone right, that the mummers sing upon Christmas night, and Christmas day in the morning. Now here is a good warrant, cried Alfred, by my sword, for he that is struck for an ill servant should be a kind lord. He that has been a servant knows more than priests and kings, But he that has been an ill servant, he knows all earthly things. Pride flings frail palaces at the sky, as a man flings up sand, but the firm feet of humility take hold of heavy land. Pride juggles with her toppling towers, they strike the sun and cease, but the firm feet of humility, they grip the ground like trees. He that hath failed in a little thing hath a sign upon his brow, and the earls of the great army have no such seal to show. The red print on my forehead, small flame for a red star, in the van of the violent marching, then, when the sky is torn of the trumpets 10, and the hands of the happy howling men fling wide the gates of war. This blow that I return not, 10 times will I return, on kings and earls of all degree, and armies, wide as empires be, shall slide like landslips to the sea, if the red star burn. One man shall drive 100, as the dead kings drave. Before me rocking hosts be riven, and battering cohorts backward driven, for I am the first king known of heaven that has been struck like a slave. Up on the old white road, brothers, up on the Roman walls, for this is the night of the drawing of swords, and the tainted tower of the heathen hordes leans to our hammers, fires, and cords, leans a little and falls. Follow the star that lives and leaps, follow the sword that sings, for we go gathering heathen men, a terrible harvest 10 by 10, as the wrath of the last red autumn, then, when Christ reaps down the kings. Follow a light that leaps and spins, follow the fire unfurled, for riseth up against realm and rod a thing forgotten, a thing downtrod. The last lost giant, even God, is risen against the world. Roaring they went o'er the Roman wall, and roaring up the lane. Their torches tossed a ladder of fire, higher their hymn was heard, and higher, more sweet for hate and for heart's desire, and up in the northern scrub and briar they fell upon the Dane. End of Book 4. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 5. Ethandune, the First Stroke. King Guthrum was a dread king, like death out of the north. Shrines without name or number he rent and rolled as lumber. From Chester to the Humber he drove his foemen forth. The Roman villas heard him in the valley of the Thames, come over the hills roaring above their roofs, and pouring on spire and stair and flooring brimstone and pitch and flames. Sheer o'er the great chalk uplands and the hill of the Horse went he, till high on Hampshire beacons he saw the southern sea. High on the heights of Wessex he saw the southern brine, and turned him to a conquered land, and where the northern thornwoods stand, and the road parts on either hand, there came to him a sign. King Guthrum was a war chief, a wise man in the field, and though he prospered well, and knew how Alfred's folk were sad and few, not less with weighty care he drew long lines for pike and shield. King Guthrum lay on the upper land, on a single road at gaze, and his foe must come with lean array up the left arm of the cloven way to the meeting of the ways. And long ere the noise of armour, an hour ere the break of light, the woods awoke with crash and cry, and the birds sprang clamouring harsh and high, and the rabbits ran like an elves' army ere Alfred came in sight. The live wood came at Guthrum, on foot and claw and wing. The nests were noisy overhead, for Alfred and the Star of Red, all life went forth, and the forest fled before the face of the king. But halted in the woodways, Christ's few were grim and grey, and each with a small far bird-like sight saw the high folly of the fight, and though strange joys had grown in the night, despair grew with the day. And when white dawn crawled through the wood, like cold foam of a flood, Then weakened every warrior's mood, in hope, though not in hardihood, and each man sorrowed as he stood in the fashion of his blood. For the Saxon franklin sorrowed, for the things that had been fair, for the dear dead woman crimson clad, and the great feasts and the friends he had. But the Celtic prince's soul was sad for the things that never were. In the eyes Italian all things but a black laughter died, and Alfred flung his shield to earth, and smote his breast, and cried, I wronged a man to his slaying, and a woman to her shame, and once I looked on a sworn maid that was wed to the holy name, and once I took my neighbour's wife that was bound to an Eastland man, in the starkness of my evil youth, before my griefs began. People, if you have any prayers, say prayers for me, and lay me under a Christian stone, in that lost land I thought my own, to wait till the holy horn is blown, and all poor men are free. Then Eldred of the idle farm leaned on his ancient sword, as fell his heavy words and few, and his eyes were of such alien blue, as gleams where the Northman saileth new into an unknown fjord. I was a fool and wasted ale, my slaves found it sweet. I was a fool and wasted bread, and the birds had bread to eat. The kings go up and the kings go down, and who knows who shall rule? Next night a king may starve or sleep, but men and birds and beasts shall weep at the burial of a fool. O drunkards in my cellar, boys in my apple tree, the world grows stern and strange and new, and wise men shall govern you, and you shall weep for me. But yoke me my own oxen down to my own farm. My own dog will whine for me, my own friends will bend the knee, and the foes I slew openly have never wished me harm. And all were moved a little, but Colin stood apart, having first pity, and after, hearing like rat in rafter, that little worm of laughter that eats the Irish heart. And his grey-green eyes were cruel, and the smile of his mouth waxed hard. And he said, And when did Britain become your burying yard? Before the Romans lit the land, when schools and monks were none, we reared such stones to the sun-god as might put out the sun. The tall trees of Britain we worshipped, and were wise, but you shall raid the whole land through, and never a tree shall talk to you, though every leaf is a tongue taught true, and the forest is full of eyes. On one round hill to the seaward, the trees grow tall and grey, and the trees talk together when all men are away. Or a few round hills forgotten, the trees grow tall in rings, and the trees talk together of many pagan things. Yet I could lie and listen with a cross upon my clay, and hear unhurt forever what the trees of Britain say. A proud man was the Roman, his speech a single one, but his eyes were like an eagle's eyes that is staring at the sun. Dig for me where I die, he said, if first or last I fall, dead on the fell at the first charge, or dead by Wantage wall. Lift not my head from bloody ground, bear not my body home, for all the earth is Roman earth, and I shall die in Rome. Then Alfred, King of England, bade blow the horns of war, and fling the golden dragon out, with crackle and acclaim and shout, scrolled in a flame and far. And under the golden dragon went Wessex all along, past the sharp point of the cloven ways, out from the black wood into the blaze of sun and steel and song. And when they came to the open land, they wheeled, deployed, and stood. Midmost were Marcus and the king, and Eldred on the right-hand wing, and leftwards Colin darkling in the last shade of the wood. But the earls of the great army lay like a long half-moon, 10 poles before their palisades, with wide-winged helms and runic blades, red giants of an age of raids in the thornland of Ethandune. Midmost the saddles rose and swayed, and a stir of horses' manes, where Guthrum and a few rode high on horses seized in victory, but Ogier went on foot to die in the old way of the Danes. Far to the king's left Elf the bard led on the eastern wing, with songs and spells that changed the blood, and on the king's right Harold stood, the kinsman of the king. young Harold, coarse, with colours gay, smoking with oil and musk, and the pleasant violence of the young, pushed through his people, giving tongue forwards where, grey as cobwebs, hung the banners of the Usk. But as he came before his line a little space along, his beardless face broke into mirth, and he cried, "What broken bits of earth are here? For what their clothes are worth, I would sell them for a song." For Colin was hung with raiment, tattered like autumn leaves, and his men were all as thin as saints, and all as poor as thieves. No bows, nor slings, nor bolts they bore, but bills and pikes ill-made, and none but Colin bore a sword, and rusty was its blade. And Colin's eyes with mystery and iron laughter stirred, and he spoke aloud, but lightly, not labouring to be heard. "Oh, truly we be broken hearts, for that cause, it is said, we light our candles to that Lord that broke himself for bread. But though we hold but bitterly what land the Saxon leaves, though Ireland be but a land of saints, and Wales a land of thieves, I say you yet shall weary of the working of your sword, that stricken spirits never strike, nor lean hands hold a sword. And if ever you ride in Ireland, the jest may yet be said, there is the land of broken hearts, and the land of broken heads." Not less barbarian laughter choked Harold like a flood. "And shall I fight with scarecrows that am of Guthrum's blood? Meeting may be of war men, where the best war man wins, but all this carrion a man shoots before the fight begins." And stopping in his onward strides, he snatched a bow in scorn from some mean slave, and bent it on Colin, whose doom grew dark and shone stars evil over Caerleon in the place where he was born. For Colin had not bow nor sling, on a lonely sword leaned he, like Arthur on Excalibur in the battle by the sea. To his great gold earring Harold tugged back the feathered tail, and swift had sprung the arrow, but swifter sprang the gale. Whirling the one sword round his head, a great wheel in the sun, he sent it splendid through the sky, flying before the shaft could fly. It smote Earl Harold over the eye, and blood began to run. Colin stood bare and weaponless. Earl Harold, as in pain, strove for a smile, put hand to head, stumbled, and suddenly fell dead, and the small white daisies all waxed red with blood out of his brain. And all at that marvel of the sword, cast like a stone to slay, cried out, said Alfred, "Who would see signs must give all things, verily, man shall not taste of victory till he throws his sword away." Then Alfred, Prince of England, and all the Christian earls, unhooked their swords and held them up, each offered to Colin like a cup of chrysolite and pearls. And the king said, "Do thou take my sword, who have done this deed of fire. For this is the manner of Christian men, whether of steel or priestly pen, that they cast their hearts out of their ken to get their heart's desire. And whether ye swear a hive of monks, or one fair wife to friend, this is the manner of Christian men, that their oath endures the end. For love, our Lord, at the end of the world, sits a red horse like a throne, with a brazen helm and an iron bow, but one arrow alone. Love, with the shield of the broken heart, ever his bow doth bend, with a single shaft for a single prize, and the ultimate bolt that parts and flies comes with a thunder of split skies and a sound of souls that rend. So shall you earn a king's sword, who cast your sword away." And the king took, with a random eye, a rude axe from a hind hard by, and turned him to the fray. For the swords of the earls of Daneland flamed round the fallen lord. The first blood woke the trumpet tune, as in monk's rhyme or wizard's rune, beginneth the battle of Ethandune with the throwing of the sword. End of Book 5. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 6, Ethandune, The Slaying of the Chiefs. As the sea, flooding the flat sands, flew on the sea-borne horde, the two hosts shocked with dust and din, left of the Latian paladin, clanged all Prince Harold's howling kin on Colin and the sword. Crashed in the midst of Marcus, Ogier with Guthrum by, and eastward of such central stir, far to the right and faintlier, the house of Elf the harp-player struck Eldred's with a cry. The centre swat for weariness, stemming the screaming horde, and wearily went Colin's hands that swung King Alfred's sword. But like a cloud of morning, to eastward easily, tall Eldred broke the sea of spears as a tall ship breaks the sea. His face like a sanguine sunset, his shoulder a Wessex down, his hands like a windy hammer-stroke, men could not count the crests he broke, so fast the crests went down. As the tall white devil of the plague moves out of Asian skies, with his foot on a waste of cities, and his head in a cloud of flies, or purple and peacock skies grow dark with a moving locust tower, or tawny sand winds tall and dry, like hell's red banners beat and fly, when death comes out of Araby, was Eldred in his hour. But while he moved like a massacre, he murmured as in sleep, and his words were all of low hedges and little fields and sheep. Even as he strode like a pestilence that strides from Rhine to Rome, he thought how tall his beans might be, if ever he were home. Spoke some stiff piece of childish prayer, dull as the distant chimes, that thanked our God for good eating, and corn and quiet times, till on the helm of a high chief fell shatteringly his brand, and the helm broke, and the bone broke, and the sword broke in his hand. Then from the yelling Northmen, driven splintering on him ran, full 7 spears, and the 7th was never made by man. 7 spears, and the 7th was wrought as the fairy blades, and given to Elf the minstrel by the monstrous water-maids. By them that dwell where luridly lost waters of the Rhine move among roots of nations, being sunken for a sign. Under all graves they murmur and rebel, down to the buried kingdoms creep, and like a lost rain roar and weep o'er the red heavens of hell. Thrice drowned was Elf the minstrel, and washed as dead on sand, and the 3rd time men found him, the spear was in his hand. 7 spears went about Eldred, like stays about a mast, but there was a sorrow by the sea for the driving of the last. 6 spears thrust upon Eldred were splintered when he laughed. 1 spear thrust into Eldred, 3 feet of blade and shaft. And from the great heart grievously came forth the shaft and blade, and he stood with the face of a dead man, stood a little and swayed, then fell, as falls a battle-tower on smashed and struggling spears, cast down from some unconquered town that rushing earthward carries down loads of live men of all renown, archers and engineers. And a great clamour of Christian men went up in agony, crying, "Fallen is the tower of Wessex that stood beside the sea." Centre and right the Wessex guard grew pale for doubt and fear, and the flank failed at the advance, for the death-light on the wizard lance, the star of the evil spear. "Stand like an oak," cried Marcus, "stand like a Roman wall. Eldred the Good is fallen. Are you too good to fall? When we were wan and bloodless, he gave you ale and o. The pirates deal with him as dung. God, are you bloodless now? Grip, Wulf and Gorlius, grip the ash, slaves, and I make you free. Stamp, Hildred hard in English land, stand Gurth, stand Gorlius, Gawain stand. Hold Halfgar with the other hand, Halmer hold up the knee. The lamps are dying in your homes, the fruits upon your bough. Even now your old thatch smoulders, Gurth. Now is the judgment of the earth, now is the death grip, now. For thunder of the captain, not less the Wessex line, leaned back and reeled a space to rear, as Elf charged with the Rhine-maid's spear, and roaring like the Rhine. For the men were borne by the waving walls of woods and clouds that pass, by dizzy plains and drifting sea, and they mixed God with Glamoury, God with the gods of the burning tree and the wizard's tower and glass. But Mark was come of the glittering towns, where hot white details show, where men can number and expound, and his faith grew in a hard ground of doubt and reason and falsehood found, where no faith else could grow. Belief that grew of all beliefs, one moment back was blown, and belief that stood on unbelief stood up iron and alone. The Wessex crescent backwards, crushed as with bloody spear, went elf roaring and routing, and Mark against elf yet shouting, shocked in his mid-career. Right on the Roman shield and sword did spear of the Rhine maids run, but the shield shifted never, the sword rang down to sever, the great Rhine sang for ever, and the songs of elf were done. And a great thunder of Christian men went up against the sky, saying, God hath broken the evil spear, ere the good man's blood was dry. Spears at the charge, yelled Mark amain, death on the gods of death. Over the thrones of doom and blood goeth God that is a craftsman good, and gold and iron, earth and wood, loveth and laboureth. The fruits leap up in all your farms, the lamps in each abode. God of all good things done on earth, all wheels or webs of any worth, the God that makes the roof girth, the God that makes the road. The God that heweth kings in oak, writeth songs on vellum, God of gold and flaming glass, confrigit potentias, arcruum scrutum gorlias, gladium et bellum. Steel and lightning broke about him, battle bays and palm. All the sea-kings swayed among woods of the Wessex arms upflung, the trumpet of the Roman tongue, the thunder of the psalm. And midmost of that rolling field ran Ogier ragingly, lashing at Mark, who turned his blow, and brake the helm about his brow, and broke him to his knee. Then Ogier heaved over his head his huge round shield of proof, but Mark set one foot on the shield, on one some sundered rock uppealed, and towered among the tossing field, a statue on a roof, dealing far blows about the fight, like thunderbolts a-roam, like birds about the battlefield, while Ogier writhed under his shield, like a tortoise in his dome. But hate in the buried Ogier was strong as pain in hell. With bare brute hand from the inside he burst the shield of brass and hide, and a death-stroke to the Roman side sent suddenly and well. Then the great statue on the shield looked his last look around, with level and imperial eye, and Mark, the man from Italy, fell in the sea of agony, and died without a sound. And Ogier, leaping up alive, hurled his huge shield away, flying as when a juggler flings a whizzing plate in play, and held two arms up rigidly, and roared to all the Danes, Fallen is Rome, yea, fallen, the city of the plains. Shall no man born remember, that breaketh wood or wield, how long she stood on the roof of the world, as he stood on my shield? The new wild world forgetteth her, as foam fades on the sea, how long she stood with her foot on man, as he with his foot on me. No more shall the brown men of the south move like the ants in lines, to quiet men with olives, or madden men with vines. No more shall the white towns of the south, where Tiber and Nilus run, sitting around a secret sea, worship a secret sun. The blind gods roar for Rome fallen, and Forum and Garland gone, for the ice of the north is broken, and the sea of the north comes on. The blind gods roar and rave and dream of all cities under the sea, for the heart of the north is broken, and the blood of the north is free. Down from the dome of the world we come, rivers on rivers down. Under us swirl the sects and hordes, and the high dooms we drown. Down from the dome of the world and down, struck flying as a skiff, on the river in spate is spun and swirled, until we come to the end of the world that breaks short like a cliff. And when we come to the end of the world, for me I count it fit to take the leap like a good river, shot shrieking over it. But what so hap at the end of the world, where nothing is struck and sounds? It is not, by Thor, these monkish men, these humbled Wessex hounds, not this pale line of Christian hinds, this one white string of men, shall keep us back from the end of the world and the things that happen then. It is not Alfred's dwarfish sword, nor Egbert's pygmy crown, shall stay us now that descend in thunder, rending the realms and realms thereunder, down through the world and down. There was that in the wild men back of him, there was that in his own wild song, a dizzy throbbing, a drunkard smoke, that dazed to death all Wessex folk, and swept their spears along. Vainly the sword of Colin and the axe of Alfred plied. The Danes poured in like a brainless plague, and knew not when they died. Prince Colin slew a score of them, and was stricken to his knee. King Alfred slew 67, and was borne back on a tree, back to the black gate of the woods, back up the single way, back by the place of the parting ways Christ's knights were whirled away. And when they came to the parting ways, doom's heaviest hammer fell, for the king was beaten, blind, at bay, down the right lane with his array, but Colin swept the other way, where he smote great strokes and fell. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand sharp and thick as spears. By night and furs and forest harms, far sundered were the friends in arms. The loud lost blows, the last alarms, came not to Alfred's ears. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand stiff as spikes in mail, as to the Haut king came at morn, dead Roland on a doubtful horn, seemed unto Alfred lightly borne, the last cry of the gale. End of Book 6. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse, by G.K. Chesterton. Book 7. Ethandune, the Last Charge. Away in the waste of White Horse Down, an idle child alone played some small game through hours that pass, and patiently would pluck the grass, patiently push the stone. On the lean green edge forever, where the blank chalk touched the turf, the child played on, alone, divine, as a child plays on the last line that sunders sand and surf. For he dwelleth in high divisions, too simple to understand, seeing on what morn of mystery the uncreated rent the sea with roarings from the land. Through the long infant hours like days he built one tower in vain, piled up small stones to make a town, and evermore the stones fell down, and he piled them up again. And crimson kings on battle towers, and saints on Gothic spires, and hermits on their peaks of snow, and heroes on their pyres, and patriots riding royally that rush the rocking town, stretch hands in hunger and aspire, seeking to mount where high and higher the child whom time can never tire sings over White Horse Down. And this was the might of Alfred at the ending of the way, that of such smiters, wise or wild, he was least distant from the child piling the stones all day. For Eldred fought like a frank hunter that killeth and goeth home, and Mark had fought because all arms rang like the name of Rome. And Colin fought with a double mind, moody and madly gay, but Alfred fought as gravely as a good child at play. He saw wheels break and work run back, and all things as they were, and his heart was orbed like victory, and simple like despair. Therefore is Mark forgotten, that was wise with his tongue and brave, and the cairn over Colin crumbled, and the cross on Eldred's grave. Their great souls went on a wind away, and they have not tale or tomb, and Alfred, born in wantage, rules England till the doom, because in the forest of all fears, like a strange fresh gust from sea, struck him that ancient innocence that is more than mastery, and as a child whose bricks fall down repiles them o'er and o'er, came ruin and the rain that burns, returning as a wheel returns, and crouching in the furze and ferns he began his life once more. He took his ivory horn unslung, and smiled, but not in scorn. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn. On a dark horse at the double way he saw great Guthrum ride, heard roar of brass and ring of steel, the laughter and the trumpet peal, the pagan in his pride. And Ogier's red and hated head moved in some talk or task, but the men seemed scattered in the briar, and some of them had lit a fire, and one had broached a cask. And wagons 1 or 2 stood up, like tall ships in sight, as if an outpost were encamped at the cloven ways for night. And joyous of the sudden stay of Alfred's routed few, sat one upon a stone to sigh, and some slipped up the road to fly, till Alfred in the fern hard by set horn to mouth and blew. And they all abode like statues, one sitting on the stone, one halfway through the thorn hedge tall, one with a leg across a wall, and one looked backwards very small, far up the road alone. Grey twilight and a yellow star hung over thorn and hill. 2 spears and a cloven war-shield lay, loose on the road as cast away. The horn died faint in the forest grey, and the fleeing men stood still. "Brothers at arms," said Alfred, "on this side lies the foe. Are slavery and starvation flowers that you should pluck them so? For whether is it better, to be prodded with Danish poles, having hewn a chamber in a ditch, and hounded like a howling witch, or smoked to death in holes? Or that before the red cock crow, all we 1,000 strong, go down the dark road to God's house, singing a Wessex song, to sweat a slave to a race of slaves, to drink up infamy? No, brothers, by your leave, I think, death is a better ale to drink, and by all the stars of Christ that sink, the Danes shall drink with me. To grow old cowed in a conquered land, with the sun itself discrowned, to see trees crouch and cattle slink, death is a better ale to drink, and by high death on the fell brink that flagon shall go round. Though dead are all the paladins whom glory had in ken, though all your thunder-sworded thanes with proud hearts died among the Danes, while a man remains, great war remains. Now is a war of men. The men that tear the furrows, the men that fell the trees, when all their lords be lost and dead, the bondsmen of the earth shall tread the tyrants of the seas. The wheels of the roaring stillness of all labours under the sun speed the wild work as well, at least, as the whole world's work is done. Let Hildred hack the shield wall, clean as he hacks the hedge. Let Gurth the fowler stand as cool as he stands on the chasm's edge. Let Gorlias ride the sea-kings as Gorlias rides the sea. Then let all hell and Denmark drive, yelling to all its fiends alive, and not a rag care we. When Alfred's word was ended, stood firm that feeble line, each in his place with club or spear, and fury deeper than deep fear, and smiles as sour as brine. And the king held up the horn and said, See ye my father's horn, that Egbert blew in his empery, once when he rode out commonly, twice when he rode for venery, and thrice on the battle morn. But heavier fates have fallen, the horn of the Wessex kings, and I blew once the riding sign, to call you to the fighting line, and glory, and all good things. And now 2 blasts, the hunting sign, because we turn to bay, but I will not blow the 3 blasts, till we be lost, or they. And now I blow the hunting sign, charge some by rule and rod, but when I blow the battle sign, charge all, and go to God. Wild stared the Danes at the double ways, where they loitered all at large, as that dark line for the last time doubled the knee to charge, and caught their weapons clumsily, and marvelled how and why, in such degree, by rule and rod, the people of the peace of God went roaring down to die. And when the last arrow was fitted and was flown, when the broken shield hung on the breast, and the hopeless lance was laid in rest, and the hopeless horn blown, the king looked up, and what he saw was a great light like death, for Our Lady stood on the standard's rent, as lonely and as innocent as when between white walls she went, and the lilies of Nazareth. One instant in a still light he saw Our Lady then. Her dress was soft as western sky, and she was a queen most womanly, but she was a queen of men. Over the iron forest he saw Our Lady stand. Her eyes were sad without an art, and 7 swords were in her heart, but one was in her hand. Then the last charge went blindly, and all too lost for fear. The Danes closed round, a roaring ring, and 20 clubs rose o'er the king, 4 Danes hewed at him hallowing, and Ogier of the stone and sling drove at him with a spear. But the Danes were wild with laughter, and the great spear swung wide, the point stuck to a straggling tree, and either host cried suddenly as Alfred leapt aside. Short time had shaggy Ogier to pull his lance in line. He knew King Alfred's axe on high, he heard it rushing through the sky. He cowered beneath it with a cry, it split him to the spine, and Alfred sprang over him dead, and blew the battle sign. Then bursting all and blasting came Christendom like death, kicked of such catapults of will, the staves shiver, the barrels spill, the wagons waver and crash and kill the wagoners beneath. Barriers go backwards, banners rend, great shields groan like a gong, horses like horns of nightmare neigh horribly and long. Horses ramp high and rock and boil, and break their golden reins, and slide on carnage clamorously, down where the bitter blood doth lie, where Ogier went on foot to die, in the old way of the Danes. "The high tide!" King Alfred cried, "the high tide and the turn! As a tide turns on the tall grey seas, see how they waver in the trees, how stray their spears, how knock their knees, how wild their watchfires burn. The Mother of God goes over them, walking on wind and flame, and the storm cloud drifts from city and dale, and the white horse stamps in the white horse vale, and we all shall yet drink Christian ale in the village of our name. The Mother of God goes over them, on dreadful cherubs borne, and the psalm is roaring above the rune, and the cross goes over the sun and moon. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn." For back indeed disorderly the Danes went clamouring, too worn to take anew the tale, or dazed with insolence and ale, or stunned of heaven, or stricken pale before the face of the king. For dire was Alfred in his hour, the pale scribe witnesseth, more mighty in defeat was he than all men else in victory, and behind his men came murderously, dry-throated, drinking death. And Edgar of the golden ship he slew with his own hand, took Ludwig from his lady's bower, and smote down Harmor in his hour, and vain and lowly stood the tower in Guilderland, and tore out of his tiny boat, whose eyes beheld the Nile, Wolf with his war-cry on his lips, and Harco born in the eclipse, who blocked the scene with battleships round Paris on the Isle. And Hakon of the harvest song, and Dirk from the Elbe he slew, and Knut the melted Durham bell, and Fulk and fiery Oscar fell, and Goderic and Sigael, and Uriel of the yew. And highest sang the slaughter, and fastest fell the slain, when from the wood-road's blackening throat a crowning and crashing wonder smote the rear-guard of the Dane. For the dregs of Colin's company, lost down the other road, had gathered and grown and heard the din, and with wild yells came pouring in, naked as their old British kin, and bright with blood for woad. And bare and bloody and aloft they bore before their band the body of the mighty lord, Colin of Caerleon and its horde, that bore King Alfred's battle-sword broken in his left hand. And a strange music went with him, loud and yet strangely far, the wild pipes of the western land, too keen for the ear to understand, sang high and deathly on each hand when the dead man went to war. Blocked between ghost and buccaneer, brave men have dropped and died, and the wild sea-lords might well quail as the ghastly war-pipes of the gale called to the horns of White Horse Vale, and all the horns replied. And Hildred, the poor hedger, cut down 4 captains dead, and Helmar laid 3 others low, and the great earls wavered to and fro for the living and the dead. And Gorlius grasped the great flag, the raven of Odin, torn, and the eyes of Guthrum altered, for the first time since morn. As a turn of the wheel of tempest tilts up the whole sky tall, and cliffs of wan clouds luminous lean out like great walls over us, as if the heavens might fall. As such a tall and tilted sky sends certain snow or light, so did the eyes of Guthrum change, and the turn was more certain and more strange than 1,000 men in flight. For not till the floor of the skies is split, and the hellfire shines through the sea, or the stars look up to the rent earth's knees, cometh such rendings of certainties, as when one wise man truly sees what is more wise than he. He set his horse in the battle breach, even Guthrum of the Dane, and as ever had followed Gurth the fowler laid one hand upon this bridle rein. King Guthrum was a great lord, and higher than his gods. He put the popes to laughter, he chid the saints with rods. He took this hollow world of ours for a cup to hold his wine. In the parting of the woodways there came to him a sign. In Wessex in the forest, in the breaking of the spears, we set a sign on Guthrum to blaze 1,000 years. Where the high saddles jostle and the horse-tails toss, there rose to the birds flying a roar of dead and dying. In deafness and strong crying we signed him with the cross. Far out to the winding river the blood ran down for days, when we put the cross on Guthrum in the parting of the ways. End of Book 7. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 8. The Scouring of the Horse. In the years of the peace of Wessex, when the good king sat at home, years following on that bloody boon, when she that stands above the moon stood above death at Ethandune, and saw his kingdom come. When the pagan people of the sea fled to their palisades, nailed there with javelins to cling, and wonder smote the pirate king, and brought him to his christening, and the end of all his raids. For not till the night's blue slate is wiped of its last star utterly, and fierce new signs writ there to read, shall eyes with such amazement heed, as when a great man knows indeed a greater thing than he. And there came to his chrism loosing lords of all lands afar, and a line was drawn northwesterly, that gave King Egbert's empire free, giving all lands by the northern sea to the sons of the northern star. In the days of the rest of Alfred, when all these things were done, and Wessex lay in a patch of peace like a dog in a patch of sun, the king sat in his orchard among apples green and red, with a little book in his bosom and the sunshine on his head. And he gathered the songs of simple men that swing with helm and hod, and the alms he gave as a Christian like a river alive with fishes ran, and he made gifts to a beggar man as to a wandering god. And he gat good laws of the ancient kings like treasure out of the tombs, and many a thief in thorny nook or noble in sea-stained turret shook, for the opening of his iron book and the gathering of the dooms. Then men would come from the ends of the earth, whom the king sat welcoming, and men would go to the ends of the earth because of the word of the king. For folk came in to Alfred's face, whose javelins had been hurled on monsters that make boil the sea, kraken and coils of mystery, or thrust in ancient snows that be the white hair of the world. And some had knocked at the northern gates of the ultimate icy floor, where the fish freeze and the foam turns black, and the wide world narrows to a track, and the other sea at the world's back cries through a closed door. And men went forth from Alfred's face, even great gift-bearing lords, not to Rome only, but more bold, out to the high hot courts of old, of negroes clad in cloth of gold, silence and crooked swords. Scrawled screens and secret gardens, and insect-laden skies, where fiery plains stretch on and on to the purple country of Prester John and the walls of Paradise. And he knew the might of the Terre Majeure, where kings began to reign, where in a night rout without name of gloomy Goths and Gauls there came, white above candles all aflame like a vision, Charlemagne. And men, seeing such embassies, spake with the king and said, "The steel that sang so sweet a tune on Ashdown and on Ethandune, why hangs it scabbarded so soon, all heavily like lead? Why dwell the Danes in North England, and up to the river ride? 3 more such marches like thine own would end them, and the Pict should own our sway, and our feet climb the throne in the mountains of Strathclyde. And Alfred in the orchard, among apples green and red, with the little book in his bosom, looked at green leaves and said, When all philosophies shall fail, this word alone shall fit, that a sage feels too small for life, and a fool too large for it. Asia and all imperial plains are too little for a fool, but for one man whose eyes can see, the little isle of Athelney is too large a land to rule. Haply it had been better, when I built my fortress there, out in the reedy waters wide, I had stood on my mud wall and cried, Take England all from tide to tide, be Athelney my share. Those madmen of the throne scramble, oppressors and oppressed, had lined the banks by Athelney, and waved and wailed unceasingly, where the river turned to the broad sea by an island of the blest. An island like a little book, full of 100 tales, like the gilt page the good monk's pen, that is all smaller than a wren, yet hath high towns, meteors, and men, and suns, and spouting whales. A land having a light on it, in the river dark and fast, an isle with utter clearness lit, because a saint had stood in it, where flowers are flowers indeed and fit, and trees are trees at last. So were the island of a saint, but I am a common king, and I will make my fences tough, from Wantage town to Plymouth Bluff, because I am not wise enough to rule so small a thing. And it fell in the days of Alfred, in the days of his repose, that as old customs in his sight were a straight road and a steady light, he bade them keep the white horse white, as the first plume of the snows. And right to the red torchlight, from the trouble of morning grey, they stripped the white horse of the grass, as they strip it to this day. And under the red torchlight he went dreaming, as though dull, of his old companions, slain like kings, and the rich irrevocable things of a heart that hath not openings, but is shut fast, being full. And the torchlight touched the pale hair, or silver clouded gold, and the frame of his face was made of cords, and a young lord turned among the lords and said, The king is old. And even as he said it, a post ran in amain, crying, Arm, Lord King, the hamlet's arm, in the horror and the shade of harm. They have burnt Brand of Ungar's farm, the Danes are come again. Danes drive the white East Angles in 6 fights on the plains. Danes waste the world about the Thames. Danes to the eastward, Danes! And as he stumbled on one knee, the thanes broke out in ire, crying, Ill the watchmen watch, and ill the sheriffs keep the shire. But the young earl said, Ill the saints of England guard, the land wherein we pledge them gold. The dykes decay, the king grows old, and surely this is hard, that we be never quit of them, that when his head is hoar, he cannot say to them he smote and spared with a hand hard at the throat, Go and return no more. Then Alfred smiled, and the smile of him was like the sun for power, but he only pointed, bade them heed, those peasants of the Berkshire breed, who plucked the old horse of the weed, as they pluck it to this hour. Will ye part with the weeds for ever, or show daisies to the door? Or will you bid the bold grass go and return no more? So ceaseless and so secret thrive terror and theft set free. Treason and shame shall come to pass when one weed flowers in a morass, and like the stillness of stiff grass, the stillness of tyranny. Over our white souls also wild heresies and high wave prouder than the plumes of grass, and sadder than their sigh. And I go riding against the raid, and ye know not where I am, but ye shall know in a day or year, when one green star of grass grows here, chaos has charged you, charger and spear, battle-axe and battering ram. And though skies alter and empires melt, this word shall still be true. If we would have the horse of old, scour ye the horse anew. One time I followed a dancing star that seemed to sing and nod, and ring upon earth all evil's knell, But now I wot, if ye score not well, red rust shall grow on God's great bell, and grass in the streets of God. Ceased Alfred, and above his head the grand green domes, the downs, showed the first legions of the press, marching in haste and bitterness for Christ's sake in the crowns. Beyond the cavern of Colon, past Eldred's by the sea, rose men that owned King Alfred's rod, from the windy wastes of Exe untrod, or where the thorn of the grave of God burns over Glastonbury. Far northward and far westward the distant tribes grew nigh, plains beyond plains, fell beyond fell, that a man at sunset sees so well, and the tiny coloured towns that dwell in the corners of the sky. But dark and thick as thronged the host, with drum and torch and blade, the still-eyed king sat pondering, as one that watches a live thing, the scoured chalk, and said, Though I give this land to Our Lady, that helped me in Athelney, though lordlier trees and lustier sod, and happier hills hath no flesh trod, than the garden of the Mother of God between Thames side and the sea, I know that weeds shall grow in it, faster than men can burn, and though they scatter now and go, in some far century, sad and slow, I have a vision, and I know, the heathen shall return. They shall not come with warships, they shall not waste with brands, but books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. Not with the humour of hunters, or savage skill in war, but ordering all things with dead words, strings shall they make of beasts and birds, and wheels of wind and star. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backwards shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. The dear sun dwarfed of dreadful suns, like fiercer flowers on stalk, earth lost and little like a pea, in high heaven's towering forestry, these be the small weeds ye shall see, crawl covering the chalk. But though they bridge St. Mary's sea, or steal St. Michael's wing, though they rear marvels over us, greater than great Virgilius, wrought for the Roman king, by this sign shall ye know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight, that loves or hates his lord. Yea, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit, that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk, by this sign shall ye know them, that they ruin and make dark. By all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord, by one blind idiot world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred. By terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning and denial of the sin. By thought a crawling ruin, by life a leaping mire, by a broken heart in the breast of the world and the end of the world's desire. By God and man dishonoured, by death and life made vain, know ye the old barbarian, the barbarian come again. When is great talk of trend and tide, and wisdom and destiny? Hail that undying heathen that is sadder than the sea. In what wise men shall smite him, or the cross stand up again, or charity, or chivalry, my vision saith not, and I see no more, but now ride doubtfully to the battle of the plain. And the grass edge of the great down was cut clean as a lawn, while the levies thronged from near and far, from the warm woods of the western star, and the king went out to his last war on a tall grey horse at dawn. And news of his far-off fighting came slowly and brokenly, from the land of the East Saxons, from the sunrise and the sea, from the plains of the white